Merci.
Je me présente à Faratena, Fukushima, Kokori Koko, Yatikali. Malgré mes cagata dans les noms, ça m'a salié. Nakozonga, la bossa ni minoteo. Moka mopaya, koluka la vie. Asala makasi na suwa na zonga koba kolo. Nayaka ki moka mopaya, koluka la vie. Asala makasi na suwa na zonga koba. Ode oma moko mazuli yo la maman de kaida de zone ya o. Ariso kobo le normo. Oh le le le. Oh le le le. Le tenant sur le monsongi na gayo. Je vous en prie, diaspora africaine, madame Moka. Les toutes nos familles entre nos mains. Dans les nanas les collés. Oh, c'est le pédé, y'a pas mal à l'école. Oh, mon amant, ça du monde au bélé. Dominique Sano. Moka Mopaya, Koluka la vie. La salama kasina suona songa kubo. China sa benene kule meo. Moka Mopaya, Koluka la vie. Rosa banana bate, je makima, je riban chéri, quando yo jamais dit au combinaison, c'est volonté, kakuma c'est Moïse Nyanga, Yvon Dilo, il a fait de génie, ma pour le moyo, il va faire la manoyo. Oh, Beneto, Benete Quada, mignon comment, Chobayali no kio tela leki, Vivian Mafulu Escoma, Amen et Maloï, Tete Maloï. Yannick Noah, Yaya Sanogo, Peter de Fou, Tite Junior, Setia, Monica Mukuye. What? toi Morocco, Congo Télécom, Renault Okwai, honorable Romeo. Voici Gisèle, Cédric Swami, Olivier Okuna, Sarabana Kumane Kumane César Kuka Kumwetware Titi Watara, Awa Watara, Jacques Sanogo, et Aïsata, Mirage Sete, Vanessa. J'ouvre ma comme à mon ami, Thierry Deporton, le président Chandali Mabasa, Moto.
C'est très bien le coucou.
Distingués invités, mesdames, messieurs, nous accueillons leurs excellences, messieurs les chefs d'État. Excellences, messieurs les chefs d'État, mesdames et messieurs les représentants des chefs d'État, monsieur le Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement, monsieur le vice-premier ministre, madame la vice-présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, mesdames et messieurs les membres du gouvernement, mesdames et messieurs les membres des gouvernements représentés à ces assemblées annuelles, Monsieur le ministre d'État, directeur de cabinet du président de la République, mesdames et messieurs les membres du corps diplomatique, monsieur le président du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement, distingués invités, mesdames, messieurs. En ce jour du 26 mai 2026, la ville de Brazzaville et sa banlieue de Kintélé accueillent avec honneur les assemblées annuelles de la Banque africaine de développement. Événement d'une portée considérable pour notre continent, ces assemblées constituent dans toute la plénitude de leur signification un cadre éminent de délibération et de prise de décision stratégique dont les résolutions engagent l'avenir de nations entières, un espace souverain de mobilisation des financements indispensables au développement africain, une plateforme privilégiée de dialogue économique entre les États du continent fondée sur la concertation et la solidarité, un instrument de haute diplomatie économique également au service des intérêts collectifs de l'Afrique, un lieu de convergence et de renforcement de l'intégrité africaine, pilier de notre destin commun, en un mot, une tribune historique de réflexion partagée sur l'avenir et les destinées du continent africain. C'est pourquoi il est éminemment significatif que se trouvent parmi nous, en cette solennelle cérémonie d'ouverture, de très hautes personnalités dont nous saluons avec déférence et respect la présence. Mesdames, Messieurs, avec déférence justement, nous saluons la présence parmi nous de son Excellence, M. Faustin Archange Touadéra, président de la République centrafricaine.
As well as
la présence également de son Excellence M. Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, président de la République gabonaise. Et bien entendu, son Excellence M. Denis Sassou Nguesso, président de la République du Congo, pays hôte de l'événement. Nous saluons également la très grande présence parmi nous des représentants des chefs d'État et nous n'oublions pas Madame Selma Malika Haddadi, vice-présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine. La présence également.
We also recognize His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui, President of the Republic of Gabon.
La dictature du chronomètre ne nous permet pas de citer nommément toutes les très hautes personnalités qui honorent de leur présence la présente cérémonie. Nous souhaiterons simplement appeler ici, pour la présentation du programme des assemblées annuelles, le professeur Vincent Mehiel, secrétaire général de la BAD. Il devrait prendre la parole, mais pour des raisons particulières, il se fait représenter à cette tribune par Madame Chioma Onugu. Elle est directrice des affaires du Conseil et elle assure donc l'intérim du secrétaire général de la BAD. Il me rejoint à cette tribune, mesdames, messieurs, pour présenter le programme, mais également pour assurer la modération de la suite de la présente cérémonie. Merci. Madame.
Excellence, Monsieur Denis Sassou Nguesso, Président de la République du Congo. Excellence, Monsieur Faustin Archange Touadéra, Président de la République centrafricaine. Excellence, Monsieur Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, Président de la République du Gabon. Excellence, Monsieur Prosper Bazombanza, Vice-président de la République du Burundi. His Excellency, Mr. Ndaba Nkosinati Hao Late, Vice President of the Republic of Botswana. His Excellency, Mr. Justin Nsengiyuva, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. His Excellency, Mr. Mwigulu Lameck Nchemba, Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. Excellence, Monsieur Mamadou Issoufou, ancien président de la République du Niger. Excellence, Madame Selma Malika Haddadi, vice-présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Monsieur Ludovic Ngate, ministre de l'économie, du plan, de la statistique et de la prospective de la République du Congo et président du Conseil des gouverneurs du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement. Dr. Sidi Ulta, our own president, the bank group president, honorable governors, representatives of the heads of states that are in the room, honorable governors, alternate governors of the African Development Bank Group, senior officials of the Republic of Congo, heads of regional economic communities and financial institutions, members of the diplomatic corps, executive directors of the African Development Bank Group, the private sector and civil society representatives, senior management and colleagues of the African Development Bank, media houses present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to be directing this opening ceremony on behalf of Professor Vincent Mehele, Secretary General of the African Development Bank Group. I have the honor to welcome you to the 2026 annual meetings of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank and the African Development Fund, taking place in this magnificent city, Brazzaville, a city rich in culture and known for its vibrant music scene and virtual arts, not to mention the incredible La Corniche looking across the Congo River to Kinshasa. Your Excellencies, these annual meetings are particularly significant as they are the first for our President, Dr. Sidi Ulta, as the new President of the African Development Bank Group. It is therefore gratifying to see most of you here in Brazzaville, And of course, for those that could not participate in person, your presence is felt one way or the other. Your participation is indeed a testament of your unwavering support to the bank and mainly to Africa's development. We thank you very much for your support. Like other years, this year's annual meetings provide a platform for various engagements catering for all participants. The theme for this year's annual meetings is mobilizing Africa's development financing at scale in a fragmented world. You therefore would have already seen the general program lined up with several public knowledge and side events on the theme and hospitality events offered to help us wind down after the various hectic discussions. We do trust that by the end of the annual meetings, we'll all be satisfied with the outcome of our various engagements. Your Excellencies, Honorable Governors, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to express our sincere appreciation to Mr. Ludovic Ngate, the Minister of Economy, Planning, Statistics, and Forecasting, the AFDB Governor and Chairperson of the Boards of Governors for steering the ship since 31st May 2025. We also would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Honorable Governor, through you to the government and people of Republic of Congo for your warm hospitality and ensuring that we have a successful annual meetings. Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. Your Excellencies, Honorable Governors, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, allow me to present the program of the opening ceremony, which stands as follows. We will begin with a cultural and artistic performance. Then we'll move to a welcome remark by Mr. Ludovic Ngate, the Minister of Economy, Planning, Statistics, and Forecasting, the Governor of the Bank Group for Republic of Congo and Chairperson of the Boards of Governors of the Bank Group, followed by the African Development Bank opening video, and this will be followed by an introductory statement by Dr. Sidi Ultar, President of the African Development Bank. This will be followed by a remark from His Excellency Mr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to be delivered on his behalf by Her Excellency Ambassador Selma Malika Haddadi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union. Following her speech, we would have a video from the host country played. And then following that video, that video will be followed by a presentation of decorations and opening address by His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of the Republic of Congo. Excellencies, Honorable Governors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the opening address will bring us to the end of the opening ceremony, and then we'll transition into the presidential dialogue. At this juncture, may we welcome to the stage the cultural performance. We'll now welcome the cultural performance, the cultural artistic performance. Enjoy the show. Thank you very much. Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, I'm told the cultural artistic team is organizing themselves. So with that, we'll invite Honorable Ludovic Gate to give his opening remarks.
Excellence,
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Head of State, Your Excellency, the President of the Central African Republic, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Gabon, representatives of heads of state, Madam Vice Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Prime Minister, Head of Government, Vice Prime Minister, Coordinator of the Annual Meetings Preparatory Committee, distinguished ministers, dear colleagues, the President of the African Development Bank Group, Honorable Governors, and a person of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank at the start of the annual meetings today, 26th of May 2026. On behalf of the government of Congo, I would like to wish all delegations a warm welcome. Your presence is an expression of respect for our country as we take part in these annual meetings. These annual meetings stand as a major event for our continent. It is also a privileged framework to discuss on key priorities and to get the proper orientations of the bank's action at the service of our continent. Beyond being simple formality or simply statutory meeting, these annual meetings are a laboratory for ideas and a room for us to take action, for us to carry out analysis and to share experiences, as well as to strengthen partnerships while seeking joint responses to the major challenges for financing in Africa. The holding of these annual meetings in Brazzaville, 42 years after the last annual meetings in Brazzaville in 1984, stand important for our country. It is a reflection of renewed trust in the Republic of Congo by the African Development Bank Group, through its member countries and all its partners working on the continent. The Republic of Congo, through the voice of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, would like to tell Africa thank you. As such, during the celebration of Africa Day in Brazzaville yesterday, Monday, 25th of May 2026, the President of the Republic decided to delete the visa requirement for all Africans from the 1st of January 2027. Faithful to his commitment to the unity of Africa, just as that of our founding fathers, and also in our true Congolese spirit. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these meetings are holding within a context full of uncertainty and geopolitical tension, which keeps on rising. Similarly, our African countries would need to respond to the requirements for economic transformation, for food security, as well as access to power, but also jobs for youths. Mindful of this context, the issue of Africa's financing, development financing remains critical. And so the theme for annual meetings this year, mobilizing Africa's development financing at scale in a fragmented world, translates the urgency and the need for timely action. It compels us to strengthen our actions through concrete responses which are adapted to our continent's needs. Africa does not lack the potential nor the ambition. It is equipped with dynamic youth, huge resources, as well as open markets. As such, the key challenge is to transform these assets into sustainable growth, but also improving the living conditions of our people. In this spirit, these sessions holding in Brazzaville should be one where we move from the logic of expressing needs to one for concrete solutions to ensure proper financing, which are well mobilized, but also partnerships tailored to results. Beyond the general theme and the items on our agenda for these annual meetings, we do note the importance of expectations which should come out of these meetings in Brazzaville. Our discussions these coming days will focus mainly on strategic orientations of the African Development Bank Group, particularly on resource mobilization, regional integration, the role of the private sector, and responses to climate and food challenges. Your Excellencies, Heads of State, ladies and gentlemen, in this respect, the African Development Bank Group plays a pivotal role through its intervention in infrastructure, in energy, agriculture, regional integration, developing the private sector, and supporting reforms. As such, the bank remains a strategic partner to accompany or support the continent's economic transformation. As such, I would like to recognize the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Sidi Ulta. Mr. President of the bank, your presence and commitment reflects your will to work with member countries so as to properly serve the financing, integration, and transformation of our continent. This will is clearly reflected in your 4 cardinal points to operationalize the bank's 10-year strategy, and which seeks to strengthen Africa's access to capital, to develop a new African financial architecture for development, to transform Africa's demographic potential, but also to build resilient infrastructure, which would add value and ease integration. These guidelines are key pillars to fast-track the implementation of the bank strategy, but also to provide concrete responses to our economic transformational needs. It also reflects the priorities of member countries, which are expecting from the bank more action towards impact. The Republic of Congo has a strong cooperation with the bank based on trust, so as to strengthen the basis of our economy's transformation and diversification. As such, the Republic of Congo wishes to play its role fully in fostering regional integration. Following the brilliant election of the President of the Republic in March 2026, our country, equipped with important hydrocarbon resources, committed itself to elaborate and implement the Congo Vision 2063 National Development Strategy and the 2027-2033 Development Vision. This plan seeks to roll out ambitious economic reforms, major projects, so as to equip our country with new transport infrastructure, new energy and digital infrastructure, as well as supporting diversification in the mining sector, agricultural sector, tourism, so as to ensure our economy's structural transformation. Our commitment in the Congo Basin, so as to preserve the environment and the climate, stand as an example which showcases our country as one open to mutually beneficial investments. Hosting these annual meetings reflects our commitment to sustainable development for the future. Your Excellencies, presidents, ladies and gentlemen, these annual meetings are a wish of the President of the Republic of Congo and the people of Congo. As such, we would like to thank the team which negotiated and got the hosting rights in 2022, mainly made up of my colleague, the previous governor of the Republic of Congo, Mrs. Ghislaine Ingrid, and also the current Vice Prime Minister under the high authority of the President of the Republic. Under the supervision of the Prime Minister and coordination of the Vice Prime Minister, government has been working these last 10 months to ensure the proper running and organization of these annual meetings. I would like to express our gratitude to all national teams and the African Development Bank. These teams worked professionally to ensure a smooth hosting of these annual meetings. I would also like to recognize the members of the boards of governors, executive directors, delegations of member countries, as well as all participants for their presence and their constant commitment to the service of development on our continent. On this note, I would like to wish us full success as we carry on with these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank. We'll move to the African Development Bank Group annual 2026 annual meetings opening video. Please enjoy it. Thank you.
L'Afrique ne manque pas de capital. Il est là, dans les banques, dans les fonds de pension, dans les fonds souverains, dans les transferts de sa diaspora, dans l'épargne nationale. Plus de 4 000 milliards de dollars de capital domestique sont déjà sur le continent. Mais une grande partie reste sous-mobilisée, sous-investie ou placée à faible rendement. Pendant ce temps, l'Afrique doit trouver environ 400 milliards de dollars par an pour accélérer son développement économique. Le paradoxe est indéniable. L'Afrique ne manque pas de financement. Elle doit libérer, organiser et mettre à profit son propre capital. Car le continent détient déjà les ressources qui peuvent changer son avenir et contribuer à celui du monde. Une population jeune appelée d'ici 2050 à devenir l'une des plus importantes forces de travail de la planète. Des forêts tropicales parmi les plus indispensables au monde et près de 30% des réserves mondiales de minéraux critiques. Un potentiel immense pour industrialiser, créer de la valeur et bâtir une croissance durable sur l'ensemble du continent. La question n'est plus où trouver les ressources, la question est comment les mobiliser et comment les déployer à la hauteur des ambitions et des besoins urgents du continent. Aujourd'hui, cette dynamique est déjà une réalité. L'Afrique s'est affranchie de la dépendance traditionnelle au financement extérieur. Elle co-investit dans son propre avenir. La 17e reconstitution du Fonds africain de développement a marqué une étape historique. 11 milliards de dollars mobilisés, la plus importante reconstitution de l'histoire du fonds, et une contribution sans précédent de 183 millions de dollars apportés par 24 pays africains, confirmant un nouveau paradigme. Celui d'un continent qui prend pleinement en main le financement de sa propre transformation.
Ending up with an increase of 23.35% was definitely not expected. So that shows your commitment and your belief in the African Development Fund and also your full support for African population.
Ce moment est plus qu'une mobilisation financière. C'est un tournant dans le modèle du financement du développement. À travers les 4 points cardinaux et la nouvelle architecture financière africaine pour le développement, la NAFAD, l'Afrique travaille à réorganiser les fondations de son système financier. Pour construire un écosystème plus intégré, pour mieux orienter le capital vers les priorités du continent, pour mieux partager les risques et pour créer les conditions d'un investissement à grande échelle.
We have the pension funds here, we have the development finance institutions, we have the insurance companies, we have the commercial banks. We have all the actors coming together to say, we are restructuring.
This is not a simple question of more money. It is a question of how capital is organized, how risk is understood, and how financial systems are structured. The issue is not only the size of the gap, it is the system that produces that gap.
Car dans un monde fragmenté, l'Afrique ne peut plus dépendre uniquement de ressources extérieures. Grâce à des réformes fiscales plus efficaces, une gouvernance maîtrisée, une meilleure mobilisation des ressources nationales, des partenariats plus stratégiques, un secteur privé dynamique, prêt à investir, innover et créer de la valeur à grande échelle, l'Afrique libérera pleinement son potentiel économique. Avec responsabilité, avec ambition, avec audace. Ici, à Kintélé, à Brazzaville, nous ouvrons cette voie. Bienvenue aux Assemblées annuelles 2026 du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement. Ensemble, dans ce monde fragmenté, mobilisons des ressources à grande échelle, réorganisons le capital et libérons le potentiel de transformation économique de l'Afrique.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our brand new president and the chairperson of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Sidi Ulta, to deliver his statement.
Excellences,
Your Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central African Republic, Your Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Republic of Gabon, Your Excellencies, representatives of heads of state, Your Excellency Selma Malika Hadidi, Vice Chair of the African Union Commission, Mr. Ludovic Gatse, Minister of the Economy, Planning and Statistics and Forecasting of the Republic of Congo, and Chairman of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank Group, the Governors of the African Development Bank Group, Heads of Financial Institutions of Africa, representatives, or rather special guests, the Executive Directors of the African Development Bank, distinguished guests, all protocol duly observed. Mr. President Denis Sassou Nguesso, allow me to extend my most sincere gratitude and deepest appreciation for the exceptional hosting of these 2026 annual meetings and the thorough planning and organization that has gone into it. It is not the first time that you are so generously and graciously hosting flagship events of the bank. Back in 1984, right here in Brazzaville, you steered with tact and diplomacy the process that led to the election of our now late President Babaka Ndaye. Allow me, Mr. President, to commend and congratulate you on your overwhelming re-election. Let me avail myself of this opportunity to extend my best wishes for the success of your term at the helm of the Republic of the Congo. Mr. President, it would be remiss of me not to thank you for your unrelenting efforts to foster peace in Africa and to commend your momentous decision made here yesterday to scrap entry visas to Congo for all African nationals starting in January 2027. It is further testimony of your seamless leadership to build a united and integrated Africa. The fact that we are meeting here in the heartland of the Congo Basin, one of the largest carbon reserves of the planet and one of the major balances, global balances, ecological balances of the world, is more than symbolical. And it is a clear testimony to the fact that Africa is not only concerned by major global issues, but it is becoming part of the solution. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today, despite your tight schedules, reflects your attachment and support to the African Development Bank Group, your bank, on behalf of the members of the boards of governors, the boards of directors, management, and the entire staff. And on my own behalf, I'd like to thank you all for your presence. Mbote, Brazzaville. Distinguished governors of the African Development Bank Group, may I extend my deep appreciation for the trust you placed in me at the 2025 annual meetings in May in Abidjan by electing me as president of the bank. Leading this institution at this critical time in Africa is indeed a huge honor, as it is a duty which I appreciate with humility. For more than 60 years, this bank has supported the continent through its hope, through its storms, its upheavals, and in the process of reinventing itself, it has helped in building roads, power grids, supported farmers and entrepreneurs, built capacities and connected economies. But over and above all, and maybe it has contributed to sustaining a belief that the development of Africa has to be increasingly shaped by Africa's ambition, African institutions, and African leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, in my first months as president of the bank, I resisted the urge to come up with ready-made solutions. I decided to listen. I heard our shareholders, heads of state, members of government, members of the boards of governors, board of directors, the teams of the bank, private investors, pension funds, and entrepreneurs, young Africans who are building businesses in conditions which would otherwise discourage several others. And of course, I heard our partners, the partners of the bank group and the partners of Africa across the world who continue to believe in the future of Africa. And through these conversations, and despite differing perspectives and priorities, there was a message that was consistent. Africa's ambitions have gone beyond the financial architecture that is there to support Africa. Not because Africa lacks ideas or vision, not because it lacks resilience, but because the moment commands that we have institutions that can move faster, mobilize further capital, build stronger partnerships, and to support the private sector and rethink development financing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the challenge we have to navigate, but it is also an opportunity. Africa is today defined by three major paradoxes. The first is its weight without a matching economic power Africa represents about 18% of the global population and is home to more than 30% of the global mineral resources and more than 60% of untapped arable land of the globe. Yet, Africa accounts for only 3% of global trade and between 3 to 4% of the global GDP. The second paradox is the paradox of financing. The continent is grappling with annual financing needs estimated at about $400 billion for its structural transformation. Yet, Africa has more than $4 trillion of domestic savings and assets in banks, pension funds, insurance companies, sovereign funds, and other financial institutions. And the third paradox is the paradox of opportunities. Africa needs every year between $130 to $170 billion to respond to its infrastructure needs, with a financing gap estimated at between $68 to $108 billion yearly. The continent affords one of the best investment opportunities in the world in energy, logistics, digital infrastructure, food systems, and critical minerals. Yet, Africa receives barely 1% of foreign direct investment flows and remains one of the least financed regions of the global economy. So the issue is no longer to know whether Africa has potential. We are done and over with that. The issue really is whether we are able to transform Africa's assets into productive investments, employment for our youth, creating value and wielding economic influence globally. We must admit that the world has changed profoundly over the last few years. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted supply chains globally. The wars have reshaped trade routes and energy markets. And extraneous inflation has hit our households and public finances on our continent. Supply chains have been weakened while official development assistance has dwindled significantly, whilst interest rates have increased significantly as they have increased the cost of capital for African economies. The geographical fragmentation is now at the forefront of global relations. And in the middle of these upheavals, there's something that is clear. Africa is no longer at the periphery of global systems. From the Suez Canal to the Cape of Good Hope, from the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb to the corridors of critical minerals, they continue to feed the energy transition. The continent is critical, especially with respect to how global logistical chains are shaped, energy security, critical minerals, and Africa, and the future of the world. Yet, the change is not really from outside, it is within. Despite all of these shocks, Africa has demonstrated critical and unmatched resilience. Over decades, the world considered Asia as the #1 engine of growth, but the recent IMF projections have put Africa's growth at a comparable growth rate, and in some cases higher. Throughout the continent, we are witnessing major transformations. Digital technologies are reducing the gaps in terms of access and inclusion. The Africa Free Trade Continental Area has contributed to establishing greater and more connected markets, and a new generation of entrepreneurs are building businesses with continental ambitions and an increasingly greater global ambition. Today, across Africa, African youth entrepreneurs are using artificial intelligence, digital tools to respond to concrete challenges from agriculture to health and education. However, we note that several African innovations remain local or marginal, while others are placed on the global stage, because resilience is not enough to finance long-term transformation. And if Africa's strategic importance is not in doubt, the financial architecture of the continent has not followed the same pace. Ladies and gentlemen, can Africa mobilize financing at the speed and the depth necessary for its transformation? That is one of the major challenges of our continent. The issue today is not our ability to leverage resources, but to channel them in a productive manner. More often than not, African savings have not adequately financed Africa's development. This can be partly explained by fragmentation. And in today's world, fragmentation has a cost. I would like to recall that foreign investors do not invest in projects. They invest in instruments, and that is why Africa has to enhance its own financial architecture to be able to leverage domestic savings, to reduce risk perceptions, to deepen capital markets, and to attract long-term investments from the globally available capital. And this is the entire basis of the new African financial architecture for development, NAFAD, that was born in Abidjan, beyond creating a new layer of bureaucracy, but to better align our institutions and to transform liquidity into investment and savings into productive assets, because Africa's financial sovereignty will not be decreed. It will be built through stronger markets, through better coordination and partnerships that can leverage capital to match the expectations of this century. And that is where the African Development Bank plays a pivotal role. Ladies and gentlemen, if the world around us is changing, our institutions also have to adapt to that change. The African Development Bank was created in different times, at a time when development financing relied mainly on sovereign loans, public infrastructure, and traditional aid relationships. That world no longer exists. Today, development is increasingly shaped by private capital, technology, regional integration, demographic dynamics, and geopolitical competition. During my consultations with the shareholders, governors, teams, and partners, there was an emerging conviction in a growing world of uncertainty. Institutions also need a guide, a compass, and that is the spirit behind the 4 cardinal points, the strategic direction of the new phase of development of the African Development Bank. First of all, to help Africa to mobilize capital at a lower cost, to further connect African financial systems, but also to transform Africa's demographic dividend as an opportunity, economic opportunity for that matter, for men and women, and lastly, to build infrastructure, industrial capacities, and value chains that can further help Africa tap its resources. These priorities are not abstract. They would directly respond to the realities that we observe in Africa. Africa cannot industrialize without paying excessive risk premiums. Africa cannot continue to export its commodities. It has an import prosperity. That is why our approach will focus on partnership between public capital and private capital, between African institutions themselves, domestic investors and global investors, and between Africa and its global partners. Because no institution, not even the African Development Bank, can single-handedly finance Africa, but this bank can help to build confidence, coordination, and mobilize the requisite financial instruments to speed up transformation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the replenishment of the resources of the African Development Fund on the 15th and 16th of December 2025 in London also sent a strong signal out there. In one of the most challenging global circumstances for development financing, the 17th ADF mobilized a record $11 billion, an increase of 23% compared to the previous cycle. I would like to thank the partners who contributed significantly to the 17th replenishment of the African Development Fund despite the tight budget constraints. I would also like to thank all those who contributed to the African Development Fund since its establishment and will continue to play a critical role in its governance.
I would like to particularly thank the leadership of the United Kingdom. Thank you, Baroness Chapman. Et pour la première fois dans l'histoire du Fonds, 24 pays africains ont contribué à hauteur d'environ 183 millions.
For the first time in the history of the fund, 24 African countries contributed up to $183 million to this replenishment process, of which 20 countries were contributing for the very first time. This is more than a replenishment outcome. This reflects a deeper shift. Africa is becoming increasingly not only a beneficiary of development finance, but also a co-investor in its own future. Ultimately, what matters is not only our capacity to identify the right challenges, but rather our capacity to build instruments capable of bringing about outcomes. And this is why the African Development Bank must increasingly position itself not only as a financing institution, but rather as a catalytic institution capable of de-risking, of mobilizing more capital, of connecting African and international investors, as well as transforming opportunities into bankable investment operations. Public budgets are not sufficient, in fact, to finance the needs of Africa. We have huge needs in infrastructure, energy, industrial corridors, climate adaptation, urbanization, digital infrastructure, and food systems. And this means that each development finance dollar must leverage more investments and play a catalytic role. This is why guarantees and risk sharing have become so important. Currently, Africa pays more for capital not because risks are heightened in Africa, but because they are insufficiently understood and mitigated. So the results that we need is we have rather viable projects that remain unfinanced or that are too costly for competitive implementation. This is of course familiar to investors who do not invest in intentions but rather in instruments. Africa has no dearth of projects or ideas for bankable projects, but one project out of 10 in Africa reaches a financial close. Our responsibility, therefore, is to transform these project portfolios into bankable and investable assets. And this is an approach that is going from concept to implementation. A recent decision made by the African Development Bank Group to increase its equity participation in ATIDI, the African Insurance Trade and Investment Agency, up to 14%, so as it's becoming its main shareholder, reflects the type of architecture that we need to de-risk. And in this regard, I would like to thank Presidents William Ruto and Emmanuel Macron for their personal commitment in favor of ATIDI. Reducing the cost of capital in Africa will not be possible through declarations alone, but rather through institutions that are capable to pool risks and mobilize investment at scale. The demographic transition in Africa must also be tackled with a greater economic realism and ambition. For a very long time, our discussions about youth employment were addressed as social matters, but fundamentally, they are the result of structural economic challenges. Africa, during this current period, has 12 to 15 million young people arriving on the labor market on a yearly basis, when job creations are very much lower and mostly in the informal sector. And technologies, as well as industrial transitions, are redefining our production systems globally. The challenge, therefore, is not only to create more jobs, but to create more productive economies. We need to move away from fragmented rationales and to build ecosystems for production, financing, and innovation. Many African SMEs remain stuck in what is known as the missing middle, too small for microfinance, but too risky for commercial banks. Many of these SMEs operate in in environments where energy is limited, where logistical costs are high, where markets lack depth, and where there's a lack of patient financing. So no region in the world currently has as much potential to do this, and this is why the bank must therefore work on the whole ecosystem for growth. Infrastructure, regional integration, digital connectivity, skills, long-term financing, industrial clusters, and value change. But the bank, the African Development Bank, cannot and should not operate alone. This is an effort that should be shouldered by all African financial institutions, commercial banks, pension funds, deposit funds, sovereign funds, central banks, insurance companies, private equities, as well as capital market institutions. Because this transformation requires that financial systems operate as ecosystems rather than as isolated actors. We need to work with the rest of the world based on solid institutions that are effective as well as integrated.
If the bank is to play this catalytic role effectively, then it must also continue to evolve. Across shareholders, clients, partners, private investors, and staff alike, there is a strong confidence in the relevance and the credibility of the African Development Bank. But there is also a clear expectation that it must become faster, more agile, more connected, and more responsive to today's challenges. Development finance institutions are operating in a far more demanding environment. This is the spirit behind the institutional reform agenda and the 7 shifts we have identified for implementation. These reforms are not bureaucratic exercises. Their objective is practical: improving delivery, strengthening execution capacity, simplifying processes, and ensuring that the bank is better equipped to support structural economic change. Part of this evolution requires moving beyond traditional project-by-project approaches toward integrated platforms capable of generating catalytic effect across sectors and regions. It also means improving how we work with governments, regional institutions, private investors, and development partners. This also means adapting the bank more closely to the realities of our member countries. For that reason, we intend to establish hubs across the continent. And one of these hubs is the Lusophone Delivery Hub, capable of responding more effectively to the specific operational, legal, and institutional context of Portuguese-speaking African countries.
As we say in Portuguese, proximity is also efficiency.
Ultimately, we cannot ask Africa to accelerate while remaining slow ourselves. This needs to change. Ladies and gentlemen, in finance, we are trained to think constantly about risk. That is our job. But good finance is not only about identifying risks. It is also about recognizing value before everyone else does. For too long, Africa's risks have often been overestimated, while its resilience, adaptability, and long-term potential have been underestimated. Yet, increasingly, the world is discovering that the transition to a more sustainable global economy, whether in energy, climate resilience, critical minerals, agriculture, or demographics, will not happen without Africa. And perhaps Africa should also remind the world, with a little humility, that we practiced parts of the circular economy long before it became fashionable. Africans repaired, reused, repurposed almost everything long before consultants gave it a name. And long before ride-sharing applications became billion-dollar companies, African shared taxis had already solved the problem, admittedly with business models that economists still struggle to understand. Maybe there is a lesson in that. Sometimes innovation is not about inventing entirely new things. Sometimes it is about recognizing value earlier and organizing it better. That, in many ways, is also Africa's challenge for the decades ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Ambassador Selman Malika Hadidi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, delivering the statement on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, Ambassador Selma Malika Hadidi, please.
Your Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, Your Excellency Brice Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic, Your Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central African Republic, Your Excellency Prosper Bazombanza, Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, Your Excellency Ndaba Nkozianti Golate, Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency Dr. Justin Nzidiumva, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Excellency Dr. Mwigulu Nchemba, Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, former President of the Republic of Niger and African Union champion for AFCFTA, Your Excellency Ludovic Ngatse, Minister of Economy, Planning, Statistics, and Forecasting of the Republic of Congo and Chairperson of the Board of Governance of the African Development Bank Group, Your Excellency and dear brother, Dr. Sidi Oulta, President of the African Development Bank Group, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Honorable Governors, and distinguished representatives of African Union member states and partner countries, Excellencies, presidents and leaders of multilateral financial institutions and development banks, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps here in Brazzaville, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand by the established protocol. It is a profound honor and privilege to stand before you today at the opening ceremony of the 2026 annual meetings of the African Development Bank Group here in the beautiful and welcoming city of Brazzaville. I bring you the warm greetings and fraternal wishes of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, who asked me to represent him at these important proceedings. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Denis Sassou Nguesso, the government, and the great people of the Republic of Congo for their exceptional hospitality and for hosting these strategic meetings at the magnificent Kintele International Conference Center. I would like at this juncture to join Dr. Sidi Ould Tah and echo his words of appreciation and best wishes to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Congo. And I would like to say that on behalf of the African Union Commission, we really appreciate the fact that Your Excellency have led by example yesterday in announcing the suppression of visa for African citizens, which is instrumental if we are to achieve any integration in our continent. I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to the ministers, central bank governance, and all stakeholders gathered here to participate in these annual meetings. Your presence today is a testimony to the importance our member states place on the financial future of our continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a truly defining moment in global history. The theme of this year's annual meetings, Mobilizing Africa's Development Financing at Scale in a Fragmented World, is timely and a true imperative. It is no secret that the current international landscape is increasingly characterized by geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainties, climate shocks, debt pressures, declining concessional flows, and competing global priorities. In this fragmented world, Africa faces a serious challenge, navigating external vulnerabilities while aggressively funding its own internal transformation. And I would like really to thank Dr. Sidi Ould Tah for setting a very accurate and precise scene of the reality of our continent today. Africa stands indeed at a crossroads. On one hand, we face significant financing gaps in infrastructure, energy, industrialization, food systems, health security, and job creation. On the other hand, Africa possesses the assets, ambition, and demographic dynamism required to become a major engine of global growth. The continent is home to the world's youngest population, vast reserves of critical minerals, the largest free trade area under the AFCFTA, and immense renewable energy potential. These strategic advantages position Africa not only as a continent of opportunity, but as a key driver of the global economy in the decades ahead. The question before us, therefore, is not whether Africa has potential. The question has long been answered. The real question is whether we can mobilize finance at the scale, speed, and quality required to convert that potential into shared prosperity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to successfully counter these headwinds, Africa is taking bold actions to reinforce its financial sovereignty. In this regard, I would like to particularly and boldly commend the leadership of Dr. Sidi Ould-Tah, shown during the first year of his term, and for spearheading the adoption of an 11-point Abidjan consensus on the new African financial architecture. For us at the African Union, it's very important. This landmark consensus seeks to foster deeper collaboration amongst Africa's financial institutions, address the structural barriers to mobilizing resources on a large scale, bridge Africa's annual development finance gap of 400 billion USD and unlock the continent's vast domestic savings for productive investment. The Abidjan Consensus further reaffirms our commitment to reducing reliance on traditional external funding paradigms, which often comes with restrictive conditionalities. Instead, we must mobilize our own domestic resources, redesign our financial frameworks, and leverage our immense human resources and natural capital. To effectively fund this transformative agenda, there is a continental imperative need to look beyond conventional financing mechanisms and fully harness innovative and untapped sources of financing across our nations. Africa currently holds a massive pool of domestic capital that remains severely underutilized or suboptimally deployed. We must aggressively unlock the immense potential of our insurance sector and institutional pension funds, transforming these domestic savings into long-term, patient capital for development. Beyond these, a vast array of other alternative financial instruments ranging from sovereign wealth funds, diaspora bonds, and green bonds to carbon credit and digital financial assets remain largely unexploited on the continent. I am deeply convinced that the African Development Bank, in collaboration with all African multilateral financial institutions, can work together, hand in hand, to enact the right regulatory reforms to create secure, de-risked investment frameworks that channel these domestic billions directly into high-impact regional assets, ensuring that African capital builds the African future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a landmark development that speaks directly to these priorities. The African Union has recently established its own African Credit Agency, AFCRA. This is a historic and transformative step towards correcting a long-standing structural injustice. For decades, Africa's access to fair and objective credit assessments has been constrained by a handful of international agencies that often lack deep understanding of our unique contexts, applying methodologies that systematically bias perceptions of risk on our continent. This has resulted in unfairly high borrowing costs, discouraged investments, and diverted billions of dollars away from development. The African Credit Rating Agency will change this paradigm. It will provide independent, transparent, and Africa-centered credit assessments that reflect our realities. Our reforms, and our potential. By offering a credible, continent-owned alternative, this agency will empower our member states and financial institutions with fair ratings, reduce the cost of capital, attract more responsible investment, and enhance our collective financial sovereignty. It is not about lowering standards. It is about ensuring standards are applied with objectivity, integrity, and true understanding of our development trajectory. I call upon all our member states and the African Development Bank to actively support and utilize this vital new instrument. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of this structural transformation lies Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Whether we are building transcontinental infrastructure, accelerating industrialization, expanding regional trade, or building climate resilience, the success of Agenda 2063 depends directly on our capacity to bridge our financing gaps independently and strategically. To achieve the financial sovereignty necessary for this vision, the African Union is actively driving the operationalization of the African Union financial institutions, as stipulated in Article 19 of its Constitutive Act. These include the African Investment Bank, the African Central Bank, the African Monetary Fund, and the Pan-African Stock Exchange. They are designed to anchor our economic integration, manage continental liquidity, and stimulate intra-African investments. As a concrete step toward this unified financial ecosystem, I am pleased to report that, in line with the decision of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government at its 39th session, held in February 2026, the African Union is making significant progress towards the establishment of the African Monetary Institute. The Institute will serve as a critical precursor to the African Central Bank by undertaking the necessary technical and regulatory groundwork for monetary convergence across the continent. Through the harmonization of monetary policies, it is expected to substantially reduce the cost of cross-border trade and business, minimize currency exchange risks, and further accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Similarly, through the Common African Position on Debt, Africa is now speaking with one resolute voice. We are calling for a fundamental overhaul of global debt governance, fairer and more inclusive debt restructuring frameworks, and deep reforms to the international financial architecture, all while anchoring our economies in responsible borrowing, sound fiscal management, and absolute transparency and accountability. Excellencies, in this regard, allow me to emphasize that the African Development Bank remains one of the most important strategic partners of the African Union. The African Union Commission deeply values our long-standing partnership, which has supported major continental priorities, from the AFCFTA to the Programme of Infrastructure Development in Africa, to list a few. As I conclude, let us use these annual meetings not just for statutory reviews, but as a dynamic platform for bold policy decisions and strategic exchanges translating into actionable projects for our citizens. And as Dr. Sidi Wulta has said, bankable projects. Let us be guided by ambition, urgency, and unity. Let us leave the beautiful city of Brazzaville with a renewed commitment to mobilize Africa's development finance at scale as an imperative. Together, through shared determination, structural innovation, and unwavering political will, let me insist, and unwavering political will, we will build an integrated, prosperous, and financially sovereign Africa that fulfills the true promise of Agenda 2063. I wish you successful and productive deliberations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ambassador Selma Malika Haddadi. Now, at this point, we will now move to the video of the Republic of Congo, our host country. So please enjoy the video. Thank you.
Au cœur de l'Afrique centrale, la République du Congo se positionne comme une terre d'opportunités forte d'un potentiel naturel et économique remarquable, s'étendant sur 342 000 km². Elle partage ses frontières avec le Cameroun, la République centrafricaine, la République démocratique du Congo, l'Angola et le Gabon, et dispose d'une façade maritime de 170 km sur l'océan Atlantique. Le pays bénéficie d'un climat équatorial à subéquatorial avec une température moyenne de 25 degrés Celsius, une pluviométrie annuelle de 1700 mm et un ensoleillement tout au long de l'année avec une population estimée à 6,1 millions d'habitants, une densité de 17,9 habitants par kilomètre carré et un taux de croissance démographique de 3,2%. La République du Congo s'investit au cœur d'un espace économique dynamique en tant que membre des communautés régionales CEMAC et CEAC, représentant ensemble un marché de 174 millions de consommateurs. Notre plus grand trésor, le bassin du Congo, deuxième poumon vert de la planète. Il est au cœur de notre stratégie d'économie verte. Nous nous engageons pour une exploitation durable de nos ressources, la préservation de la biodiversité et le développement des énergies renouvelables. Investir au Congo, c'est aussi investir dans l'avenir de la planète. Son positionnement stratégique, renforcé par sa façade maritime sur l'Atlantique et le port en eau profonde de Pointe-Noire, premier de la sous-région, constitue un levier majeur d'intégration sous-régionale. Le Congo, c'est plus de 2000 km de routes bitumées interconnectées au pays, ce qui renforce sa place de carrefour de l'intégration sous-régionale en Afrique centrale, associée à des infrastructures modernes et à des zones économiques spéciales attractives. Depuis 1972, la République du Congo bénéficie d'un soutien de la Banque africaine de développement pour accompagner son essor. Plus de 50 ans de partenariat, 1,27 milliard de dollars investis, 46 projets structurants dans les secteurs clés de notre économie, l'agriculture, l'énergie, les transports et les finances. La banque accompagne le Congo dans son ambition de devenir le carrefour de l'intégration en Afrique centrale. Des routes qui relient, des routes qui désenclavent, des routes qui ouvrent les marchés. C'est tout le sens du projet de la route Ndé-Dolizy, un tronçon stratégique du corridor Libreville-Pointe-Noire-Brazzaville, situé sur la route transafricaine Tripoli-Windhoek. Notre agriculture, elle aussi, se transforme. Avec le projet de développement intégré des chaînes de valeur agricoles, Prodivac, le Congo structure ses filières stratégiques, le manioc, le maïs, la volaille et le poisson. Notre ambition commune est de renforcer notre sécurité alimentaire, consolider notre souveraineté agricole et adapter nos pratiques face au changement climatique. Enfin, le Congo se connecte au monde de demain grâce à la dorsale à fibre optique d'Afrique centrale. 550 km de fibre optique vers le Cameroun et la République centrafricaine, et la construction du tout premier data center de la région. Une infrastructure à la pointe de la technologie, certifiée aux standards internationaux, pour accueillir les données de notre pays et de nos voisins. Autant de leviers pour libérer notre potentiel économique et positionner le Congo comme un hub numérique régional. C'est dans le cadre de ce partenariat historique que notre président, son Excellence M. Denis Sassou Nguesso, est honoré de vous accueillir du 25 au 29 mai 2026 à Brazzaville pour les 61e assemblées annuelles du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement. Plus de 40 ans après avoir accueilli cet événement pour la première fois, notre capitale redevient l'épicentre des discussions sur le financement du développement en Afrique. Ensemble, sous le thème « Mobiliser des ressources à grande échelle pour le financement du développement de l'Afrique dans un monde fragmenté », nous définirons les orientations stratégiques pour accélérer la transformation de notre continent et bâtir ensemble l'Afrique prospère et intégrée de demain.
Excellence, Monsieur Denis Sassou Nguesso.
Your Excellency, President Denis Sassou Nguesso, we thank you immensely for your hospitality. Matundo, thank you very much. At this juncture, I call on you to join me in welcoming the Grand Chancellor of National Orders for the decoration ceremony. Thank you very much.
Le président de la République.
The President of the Republic, Grand Master of National Orders, His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, has awarded exceptionally by Decree 2026-180 of 22nd of May 2026 the Congolese Order of Merit to the following officers of the African Development Bank on the occasion of the annual meetings of the bank. For the purposes of the ceremony, the awardees will be received with all the dignity warranted by the national orders. They are, to the rank of Commander, Mr. Sidi Tar.
Monsieur Niemeniere.
Mr. Vincent Mehiele.
Au grade de chevalier.
The rank of Knight, Mr. Thierry Junior Hot. Mr. Leandre Bassole. Mr. André Bass. Mr. Olivier Begui. At this juncture, we respectfully call on His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Grand Master of National Orders, to receive the awardees.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I now have the unique and very, maybe once in a lifetime honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Deni Sassou Nguesso, to present his address.
S'il vous plaît. Messieurs les chefs d'État,
Heads of state, dear brothers, distinguished representatives of heads of state, Mr. Prime Minister, head of government, Madam Vice Chair of the African Union Commission, Mr. Mamadou Issoufou, former President of the Republic of Niger and dear brother, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, and distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, members of the board of directors of the African Development Bank, as well as the African Development Fund, the president of the Africa Development Bank Group, distinguished representatives of the private sector, civil society organizations, and academia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My country, the Republic of Congo, is honored to play host to the 61st annual meeting of the Africa Development Bank, ADB. And in this connection, let me wish you all welcome and a pleasant stay here. You, our distinguished guests, who took the time to make the trip to Brazzaville, despite your pretty busy schedules. Furthermore, let me convey my sincere thanks to the African Development Bank Group for having designated the Republic of Congo as the host for this annual meeting. Lastly, my reiterated words of encouragement to Dr. C.D. Ould-Tah, President of the Africa Development Bank Group, while expressing the wish that his term of office would usher in the consolidation of the achievements of the bank, increasing its resource mobilization capacity, enhancing its role as a catalyst for development finance on the continent of Africa, because this is the very essence of the theme of the annual meetings, namely mobilizing resources at scale for development financing in Africa in the context of a fragmented world.
Development finance for Africa henceforth requires more daring approaches against a sustainable and consistent backdrop. The needs are huge, immense in the areas of infrastructure, energy, agriculture, industry, digital world, health, education, vocational training, environmental protection, job creation, amongst others. Such development imperatives require new, daring, and well-suited responses in order to scale up the mobilization of African savings, as well as international capital, to be at the service of transformational projects. We need to deepen our financial markets, beef up our regional institutions, develop guarantee instruments, as well as risk-sharing and blended finance mechanisms and instruments. So, it does not just suffice to scale up resource mobilization, but to ensure that they are put to better use. They are channeled to the right purposes and to transform them into investments which would be able to sustainably transform the living conditions of our people. So you cannot make a divorce between financing and accountability. Ever since it saw the light of day, the African Development Bank has been supporting African countries in their development initiatives, supporting infrastructure projects, energy access, food security, regional integration, industrialization, private sector development, economic governance, and the improvement of the living conditions of our people. And as such, it is much more than just a financial institution. It is an instrument of African solidarity, a strategic partner of states, and a major lever in terms of the transformation of the continent. The bank should steadfastly stay faithful to its prime mandate to be the bank for Africa at the service of Africa, and borne by the trust of its member states and open to useful partnerships at the service of the continent's development. It should also continue to assist our countries in financing their priorities, enhancing their resilience, expediting their industrialization, and supporting their youth. In the process, building more competitive economies. And it should also continue its action towards a more fair international architecture, which is more attentive to the realities of Africa and more representative. The Republic of Congo has had and enjoyed an age-old, solid, and fruitful cooperation with the African Development Bank, which has led to major development projects having been supported in the areas of agriculture, infrastructure, energy, human capital, economic governance, and regional integration. Our country is continuing the reforms required to improve public governance, to strengthen planning, promote private investment to support industrialization, and to expedite economic diversification. And in this respect, the Republic of Congo has embarked upon a long-term strategic deep dive into what we refer to as the Congo 2063 vision, which is the translation of our resolve to ensure that Congo's development is underpinned by economic diversification, the mobilization or modernization of infrastructure, private sector promotion, and value addition given to human capital. And it is through such levers that we can meet the expectations of our people, especially the younger of them. And it is also through those levers that Africa can reduce its dependency, enhance its economic sovereignty, and fully avail itself of its wealth. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is up to us to ensure that our natural resources are the engine in terms of local transformation. And it is also incumbent on us to ensure that development financing becomes a tool for sovereignty, social justice, and shared prosperity. Africa aspires to fair partnership, adapted finance, and a better recognition of its role in the global economy. Heads of state, dear brothers here present, ladies and gentlemen, it is my wish that these annual meetings are fruitful and culminate into strong directions and concrete commitments towards a more resilient, more integrated, and more prosperous Africa for the benefit of our people. And it is on this note of optimism and trust in the future of our continent that I declare open the annual meetings of the Africa Development Bank Group for 2026. Long live Africa, long live the Africa Development Bank, and I thank you.
Vive l'Afrique.
Long live Africa, long live the Republic of Congo, long live the Africa Development Bank.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Congo.
This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, and then there's a transition to the presidential dialogue, which will be moderated right now, from now on by Ms. Denise Ebote, Before I hand over to her, just in case you're wondering, my name is Choma Onokogo. I'm a director for the Board Affairs and Proceedings in the Office of the Secretary General. As you've already heard, I'm here today because the Secretary General himself cannot be here. It has been such a great pleasure and a great, great honor for me to stand in front of all of you, directing the proceedings of this morning. Mabote a Brazzaville, Matondo, thank you very much, merci, shukran jazilan, obrigada. If I've forgotten any, thank you, thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour. Nous venons...
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed the opening ceremony of the 2026 annual meetings of the Africa Development Bank, which has embarked upon a new trajectory since President Sidi Ould got to the helm of the institution, scaling up the mobilization of financing for Africa's development against a fragmented world. So let me call on you now, ladies and gentlemen, to join us for this presidential panel. Let me start with you. Your Excellency, President Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo.
Monsieur le Président, Son Excellence Archange Touadéra,
His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central African Republic.
Son Excellence Brice
His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic.
et le Dr Sidi Ould,
Dr. Sidi Ould, President of the African Development Bank.
Je vous demande d'applaudir les panélistes.
Please, a hand of applause for the panelists.
Merci, messieurs les présidents. Merci, monsieur le président de la Banque africaine de développement.
Your Excellencies, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President of the African Development Bank. We will have 2 rounds of questions, and time permitting, we will have a 3rd round. We have just 1 hour, and may I call on you to be very concise in your responses. Let me start with you, Dr. Sidi Ould. This is your first edition of the annual meetings in your capacity as president of this institution, elected with a historic mandate and clear commitment towards bold reforms. What is the most important change you are bringing to the operation of the Africa Development Bank, and how will African countries and people be aware of this and feel the difference? Thank you very much. Let me tell you how proud I am to be here in Brazzaville on the occasion of these annual meetings since my election and assumption of duty on the 1st of September last year. As I have been saying, we have a paradox, a major paradox in Africa, which requires strong and bold actions, and those 7 transformation initiatives which I'm embarking upon for the Africa Development Bank should enable us to make of the bank more nimble, faster, to better address the expectations of African people, but also a bank which is able to convene and mobilize all economic stakeholders, African finance, development finance initiatives, African savings, and also the private sector, starting with the African private sector as well as the international private sector. A bank which is open to partnership with export credit agencies, with international and continental investors, a bank which is open to the financing of African capital markets, but also serving as a bridge between African capital markets and international capital markets. And I think that, as we've seen the figures, Africa's development needs are huge. Financing needs are huge. And it's not only public banks which can provide all the resources, even though the bank is the premier development finance institution with the only AAA rating. We need more, and that's why we need to work with the entire African financial ecosystem, as well as with international investors and development partners, so that we have this scaling up in terms of mobilization of financing, which Africa's need in the win-win partnership and against an investment and trade logic, not only development finance logic, which granted has helped Africa a great deal in terms of achieving progress, but which remains largely inadequate in terms of meeting the expectations of African people. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, President Sassou Nguesso, as the host of the annual meetings and as head of the donor roundtable, what do you think is required to ensure that the Blue Fund for the Congo Basin is a standalone and autonomous financing mechanism beyond the pledges which will be made today? Let me first and foremost thank President Sidi Ould Tah, as well as the officials of the African Development Bank for the decision taken to hold the annual meetings of the bank here in Brazzaville, which is an honor for us. And we think that as we are just exiting a groundbreaking presidential election, the time has come for us to expedite our country's development, to fasten the move towards the development which we had announced to our people. And we have set our sights on the youths because we need to empower our youths with a bright future in terms of progress. The youth are actually at the very heart and core of our own program. And we think that the program which we will implement, which aims at scaling up agricultural development, ensuring local transformation and processing of our natural resources, the development of such basic infrastructure as transport infrastructure, the development of the energy sector, because without energy, we cannot achieve development, you know. As well as developing links with neighboring countries. We are building roads to link our country with the Gabonese Republic, we are building Corridor 13, which will link up with Central African Republic and Chad. We are working towards building the road and railway bridge which will link us with Democratic Republic of Congo and even beyond. The road which will lead us to Angola, the development of the Point Noir Deep Sea Port Authority, the Congo Ocean Railway Link. We really think that with all those infrastructure, if we benefit from the support of the African Development Bank and other partners, we do think that with our human potential, with our youth who are well-schooled, because we give significance to the education of our youth. And for the benefit of our people, we have launched the program to build 13 referral hospitals, 4 of which have already been built and others which are at 70% completion. Then we will also boost the health supply and education for our people. Well, Mr. President, you are keen on this Blue Fund for the Congo Basin and saying that it is successful. Well, with respect to the Blue Fund, we will soon be having a round table. But what are you expecting? Well, we are expecting the financing of about 70 projects which are already bankable. And we are of the view that should our partners lend us assistance, then they would have also contributed to the sustainability and the preservation of this huge Congo Basin, and for the good of the planet also. We have 70 projects which are ready, and we will be discussing this at the round table to seek financial assistance. Thank you very much. We'll be coming back to the project which you are referring to. Let me now turn to President Akanj Touadera. The Central African Republic is one of the wealthiest countries on the continent in terms of natural resources, but underfinanced. How do you crowd in long-term capitals instead of having short-term conditionalities? Thank you. Let me first and foremost convey my sincere thanks to President Denis Sassou Nguesso, as well as the government and people of Congo, for the reception which we have enjoyed since we touched foot on Congolese territory.
So indeed, thanks for this invitation. As you did mention, the Central African Republic is a country which recently exited crisis about 10 years ago, and so today we are marching towards development, and so we are reflecting on these stakes. It is the will of our people. It's true, you did mention we are one of the least financed countries, and so it is for this reason that our institution, the African Development Bank, is important for us, because we hope to get many projects from them, and I would like to commend the work they are doing. The African Development Bank is financing about 19 projects in the Central African Republic, and so one of the flagship projects is what President Sassou Nguesso mentioned. It is a regional project linking up Brazzaville, Bangui, and N'Djamena. So today, this project is the biggest portfolio of the bank, the African Development Bank in the Central African Republic. And let me use this opportunity to indicate that it is our wish that the disbursements for this project be fast-tracked, because today it actually accounts for 28% of the disbursements for projects in our country. And so you did ask how we are going to crowd in capital. Well, since 2024, we have a national development plan which takes on board various areas, notably human capital, basic infrastructure, but also agriculture. And so this national development program stands quite ambitious, but it reflects the needs of the people of the Central African Republic. This was presented in Casablanca, and it raised interest amongst our partners. However, today we are working in close collaboration with the African Development Bank to finance other projects. We'd also like to thank the African Development Bank for the energy program, notably Mission 300. And so it is our wish that we can get the financing for this project, because without energy, and I can see President Uta nodding. Yes, I discussed about it with him. And so as I was saying, this energy project stands important, and such projects need years to mature. But for us, we have urgent needs. As such, we think we could have some intermediary projects, as was presented yesterday. Yesterday, we did showcase solar kits, which could help our people who are in dire need of energy to get power for their phones and other electrical appliances. Also, there are other programs on agriculture. Mr. President, we will come back to that. Let me just turn now to your neighbor, President Oligingema. Mr. President, Gabon has one of the lowest deforestation rates in Africa and among the highest forest cover per capita in the world. That's a genuine comparative advantage in any carbon or biodiversity finance framework. So how is Gabon monetizing that advantage, and what is preventing it from doing so at a greater scale? Thank you, Madam. Let me start by indicating that I'm honored to take part in these annual meetings of the African Development Bank. I would like to thank our Dean, His Excellency President Denis Sassou Nguesso, for the warm welcome and hospitality we've received here in Brazzaville, this wonderful city of Brazzaville. Gabon is a country undergoing transformation. We have several challenges in the energy sector, regarding water, sanitation, because energy or power is life. And so without power, we can't do much. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the president of the AFDB for what we've done together on sanitation and hygiene through the PIPA project in Gabon. The bank supported us. However, it's important to mention that Africa has huge potential. We have the Congo basin, which rich subsoil. But again, its basic commodities or raw materials have not been transformed. So today, what we have in place is to request from the African Development Bank and other banks to support us so we can best develop our raw materials. We should first trust our own bank before thinking of stretching elsewhere. It's true, you did mention we've got a vast diversity with the Congo basin, but we also hope that Western countries could also contribute by paying what they owe Africa. This could help contribute to our economies. We have wonderful national parks. Gabon has 11 national parks. As you know, the country has a wide range of forest land. And so today, we would like to develop our forest while preserving our environment, so preserving nature. By doing so, we'd like to create ecologies so as to attract tourists without destroying our environment and nature. And I think we've got the potential. We simply need to come together and see what we can do jointly with the African Development Bank and other banks which would love to join this initiative. We've got huge challenges, that's right. But as I often say, we can only succeed if we have peace. We are here today in Brazzaville because we've got peace. Here we are in a peaceful environment, and so we can't achieve development without peace. Thank you, Mr. President. President Sidi Uta, you've listened to all the requests made from your neighbors. As such, mobilizing private capital at scale for Africa remains the continent's central financing challenge. So, does the African Development Bank have the leverage to shift that equation? Well, I think the bank has the notoriety and the mandate to contribute in upscaling resource mobilization for the continent. So, we've noticed that we have about 4 trillion. We have a huge number of Pan-Africans who could invest in our continent, but again, we need, we note that we have others who are looking for opportunities to invest on the continent, and so it is our role at the bank to work with all financial institutions as well as states so as to design bankable projects to mobilize necessary financing through appropriate mechanisms. It could be through shareholding, it could be also through mobilizing export credits, which stands as an important pillar, still not properly exploited by African countries, but which will help us build real ties with our development partners, but also with the non-regional member countries of the African Development Bank, which today are disbursing or providing huge resources to the bank. As such, we could also mobilize institutional investors and international private sector for them to come to Africa and to invest in Africa. So it is true, the bank has played several roles by aiding countries to improve the business climate and the business environment, but also to put in place appropriate mechanisms for guarantees. We have the board, which recently improved its shareholding in the African Trade Investment Development Agency at CD, and it will help Africa to have a Pan-African institution which helps to crowd in foreign capital in Africa, but also granting trust to those who wish to invest in Africa. Thank you, Mr. President. Over to President Sassou Nguesso. When referring to projects which you've launched, notably promoting agriculture, you did not refer to hydrocarbons. So it's true, you want to diversify the resources of your economy. So how are you mobilizing private finance? Are you expecting support from the African Development Bank to anchor that effort? So it was of my own will that I did not touch on hydrocarbons. Well, clearly because we would like to develop non-oil sectors. But that's it. The oil and gas sector are important sectors. We've launched liquefaction processes it's true, I don't want to touch on that, the oil and gas sector, but I wanted to focus on other sectors, and I'd like to take an example. It is our wish for the coming years that we produce for Congo, for Africa, and why not the rest of the world? And would like to produce full fertilizers in Congo. Because Congo occupies a surface area of 50,000 kilometers, and Congo has huge potassium reserves, huge phosphate reserves, and also gas. As such, we have the possibility with the Point Noir deep sea port to produce complete fertilizers for Congo, for Africa, and why not the rest of the world? Because it is about developing agriculture. This is a different project. It's true we have other projects. We'll have the chance to come back on that, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Let me now turn to President Touadéra. The Central African Republic is one of the beneficiary countries of several Blue Fund priority projects. So what governance and security conditions need to be addressed before climate finance can be effectively deployed at the community level in the Central African Republic? So what provisions should be considered? ISTRA has presented our National Development Program, which comprises resource mobilization. And these are innovative resources. And so this mechanism would help us boost our capacity, our financing capacity to tackle challenges which our people face. But then, you know, the Central African Republic, and just to fall back on the question, because you not allow me complete last time, Mr. President, I had just requested that you should be straight to the point. So on the segment of the question, we need financing. Today, the Central African Republic has huge potential. It is true. We've gone through hard times, but today we've got peace. There are several sectors which could be of interest to investors, which would like to invite to come and explore in the Central African Republic. It is a country with huge mining potential. We've got critical minerals which could be exploited and developed. Another sector which you referred to is the forest sector, biodiversity. And so today it still stands unexploited. As such, the Central African Republic is providing this opportunity to partners so as to carry out the activities. As such, we've got reserves. We've got good rainfall for agriculture. We've got arable land. And so we've got everything today which helps favor investments for our people. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to turn now to President Oligui Nguema. President Oligui Nguema, Gabon's forest management helps us to provide, Gabon is a national advocate for ecosystem valuation. So what specific reforms to how carbon and biodiversity credit are priced and governed internationally? And so what would Gabon also propose so that the Congo Basin states are fairly compensated? Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think we should first point out that when we refer to energy transition, it doesn't mean Gabon no longer has oil. I keep on hearing that Gabon no longer has oil. We still have huge huge reserves rather, which could hold for the next 50 years. And so our future in our view, is in the mining sector. We have the bilingual mine, which accounts for 5.5 billion tons of iron ore, and we can extract about 230 million on a daily basis. That is our challenge, and that is Gabon's future. We've been able to build a deep sea port in Gabon, and so I would like to invite investors here present and worldwide to come to Gabon so that together we can develop the deep sea port at Kobe Kobe so as to extract all the iron ore which we have. Also, the electric rail, accounting for 500 kilometers, is also one of our projects, and so there is huge investment potential. Biodiversity is not shoved to the back. We have today carbon credit. We created an agency, Agadef, which is working to ensure that the carbon credit we have is valued. How do we sell this? How do we market it? And how it is beneficial for our economy? And so we are able to draw experience from the Djibouti or the Djiboutian model. So we learned from Djibouti, and we're doing that in Gabon. As such, we trying to ensure that this money is gotten and reinvested. We have passed several laws. Our agency is recognized and is working normally. Also, we have revenue, which I wouldn't present here, but again, we've got huge revenue which we've collected and which are the fruits of that agency. Over to President Outa. The theme of this annual meetings is a call for Africa to strengthen or develop its development financing at scale. So how should African governments operate henceforth? I think for the African Development Bank Group, we are at the start of a new phase. For this new phase, the bank will increasingly act not just with development financing institutions or as a development finance institution, but is going to act as a platform which brings together stakeholders continent-wide. As such, we're going to work in close collaboration with government so that together we can have the best investment conditions for private investors from Africa, but also globally. We shall protect their investments, but also provide the facilitation for them to carry out business in the best conditions possible. As such, the bank will work to support African governments to improve their business environments. The bank will also work with partners on the continent from the private, but also the public sector, so the bank can generate resources and meet the needs of the people of Africa, so that the huge financing gap which the continent is facing should be bridged effectively and efficiently through a win-win partnership. This will give Africa the possibility to finance its own development, but also it will help our partners to gain money from Africa, because we need to create conditions for our partners to make gains also. It will help us crowd in more foreign direct investment. Thank you, Mr. President. Over to you, President Sassou Nguesso. You were referring to the 70 projects a while ago, which you're going to, which was a key aspect in the donors roundtable. Do you have any key aspect which is up for discussion in this respect? A while ago, I referred to energy. And so it is not possible to achieve development without energy. As such, the Congo Basin has huge potential. We have hydropower. We have solar power, which we could generate, for countries of the Congo Basin, but also beyond the Congo Basin. We can also generate electricity. And so I think in the electricity sector, there is a huge potential, especially with the Congo River. We've got the Inga too, and we are working jointly with the African Development Bank in this regard. And so I think we need to develop projects which would help us generate electricity. In addition, there are other projects, but I think as a priority, we should favor energy or power generation, and we should use our agro-industrial potential which is existing. Because, for instance, if we want to protect our fauna, we need to develop, or we need to work on livestock management. So how can we request of our people to protect boas, to protect our elephants? How can our people get other sources of proteins if they don't develop their agriculture? As such, it would be quite difficult to ask the people not to hunt the wildlife. We've got cattle. Mr. President, I hope you're not encouraging wildlife hunting. Well, no, what I'm saying is we need to actually support and help the people so that they can properly carry out cattle breeding. And they'll be able to get sources of proteins. If we don't support them, then they would look for alternative sources. If we don't support them, then they're going to go hunting the buffaloes and elephants. As such, I think we need to help our people to turn towards agriculture, to turn towards livestock rearing, and also to provide power to them. Thank you, Mr. President. We've gotten your message. President Arkan Stradera, for a landlocked country like the Central African Republic, what are you expecting from regional banks and also the African Development Bank in terms of support? We already have an important project with the AFDB. It is CD13, which I had mentioned a while ago, but this is not sufficient. It is just one of such projects to help open up the Central African Republic. But just as President Sassou Nguesso mentioned, as a country, we need power supply. We need huge power supply for our people. Without huge power supply, we would not be able to achieve development for our country. As such, we support the Mission 300 initiative because we have hydropower opportunities, notably through Lobai, which would help generate power for the Central African Republic. In addition, there are other projects. We began the PV, the photovoltaic project, but it doesn't cover the entire country. For landlocked areas, we are working with the African Development Bank. We have several road stretches, notably Brazzaville, Bangui, but also we need to work on the Bangui-N'Djamena stretch, which will help open up locked areas. more so, we have other infrastructure projects. We have projects on for the agricultural sector. As such, we are requesting support from the bank. We've already presented this in our national development plan. Thank you, Mr. President. One last question for you, President Oligingema. You took office with the aim of rebuilding institutions. You have you're working to tackle 40% of youth unemployment and to diversify an oil-dependent economy. So in a fragmented global financing environment, what are the most realistic sources of capital for that transformation? Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think huge reference has been made to our rich subsoil and wealth, but we are forgetting something, which is very important, and that is human capital. Human capital comprises our youth, and the youths are looking at us today. That is Africa's wealth. Should I say the best wealth we have in Africa? And so without human capital, without these labor force, how shall we transform our raw materials, basic commodities? We need to train, we need to train engineers, we need to train staff in hotel management for them to take the lead later on. Yesterday, I was listening to our Dean, President Sassou Nguesso, who was here referring to Pan-Africanism. But if Pan-Africanism works, it's because some people believed in themselves. And so for the youth, which is growing, we need to believe in our youth. We need to give them the opportunities to succeed. And so if we grant them such opportunities, then we would simply see as development slips in smoothly. We wouldn't have to stretch our hands elsewhere. We'll be able to search and explore within Africa. We can develop our own resources with the huge human capital we have on the continent. Thank you, Mr. President, for your response. I'd like to thank Your Excellencies, the Presidents, for your responses. But before you leave the stage, you heard from the African Development Bank President his goals. And so the African Development Bank is writing a new page in its history. As such, I would like to ask if there is a word of advice you would like to share with him today. What will that be? And let this assembly stand witness. Mr. President, a single word, please. What can you tell President Sidi Outa? Well, I'm waiting for him to listen to me because he seems to be talking with the President next to him. Mr. President, now he's listening. One word as an advice. I will simply say, we trust you. President Touadéra, over to you. One word. I would like to request that he brings his offices closer to countries, because often we face difficulties in fast-tracking priority projects in our countries. President Oligingema, over to you. Well, my advice to the EFDB president is to be brave and not be discouraged in what he is doing. He knows best our economies compared to all other banks. As such, he is the best fit to support us here in Africa. It is our bank, as he did mention a while ago. Your Excellencies, Presidents, thank you very much. We've come to the end of our presidential panel. Please give a round of applause for your distinguished panelists. I would like to invite you to please rise for a group picture. Thank you.
Non, non, non. Si vous voulez. D'accord. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci infiniment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Your Excellency, President Sassou Nguesso of the Republic of Congo, heads of state, Central African Republic, the Republic of Group, to deliver his opening remarks.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président Denis Sassou Nguesso, Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République centrafricaine, Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République gabonaise, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, représentants des chefs d'État africains, Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement, Mesdames et Messieurs les administrateurs du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement, invités spéciaux, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. Permettez-moi de vous remercier très sincèrement d'avoir pris le temps de rehausser par votre présence cette session de présentation de l'édition 2026 des perspectives économiques de l'Afrique. Le rapport qui vous sera présenté de manière détaillée dans quelques instants est essentiel pour notre institution en tant que produit phare de savoir, mais aussi en tant qu'outil d'accompagnement de nos pays membres régionaux. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le contexte économique actuel est plombé par de fortes tensions géopolitiques, de vives incertitudes pesant sur les règles du commerce international et la réduction substantielle de l'aide publique au développement. Malgré cet environnement défavorable, les économies africaines ont fait preuve de résilience et de performances remarquables, comme le montre le rapport. En attendant que le vice-président et économiste en chef, professeur Kevin Orama, vous détaille les enseignements à tirer de notre rapport, je souhaite attirer votre attention sur quelques indicateurs clés de la performance macroéconomique des économies africaines. D'abord, la croissance du produit intérieur brut réel devrait se stabiliser à 4,3% en 2026 et passer à 4,5% en 2027. Ceci nonobstant les impacts de la crise actuelle qui ont des effets sur nos économies. Deuxièmement, parmi les 20 économies les plus performantes au monde, 12 sont africaines, ce qui montre le dynamisme des économies africaines à travers le monde. Troisièmement, la croissance du PIB par habitant de l'Afrique est passée de 0,9% en 2023 à 1,1% en 2024 et à 1,9% en 2025, ce qui montre une trajectoire ascendante. Quatrièmement, les investissements directs étrangers ont rebondi en 2024 avec une forte progression de 75% sur un an pour atteindre 97 milliards de dollars. Cinquièmement, les flux de transport de fonds ont également connu une nette reprise en 2024, progressant de 14% pour atteindre 104,6 milliards de dollars, donc plus que l'aide publique au développement et plus que les investissements directs étrangers. Donc les transferts de fonds sont même devenus la principale source de financement extérieur hors dette devant les investissements directs étrangers. Sixièmement, l'inflation reste bien maîtrisée sur le continent. Elle est passée de 21,8% en 2024 à 13,6% en 2025. Malheureusement, nous assistons aujourd'hui à une reprise de l'inflation à cause du renchérissement des prix des matières pétrolières, des produits pétroliers et des engrais, et leur impact sur les secteurs économiques. Nous avons des raisons légitimes de mettre en avant ces chiffres et d'envisager l'avenir avec optimisme. Toutefois, nous devons rester lucides et vigilants à la fois pour consolider les performances actuelles de nos économies, mais aussi pour traiter les défis structurels de financement de notre développement. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers invités, je suis convaincu que la mise en œuvre des 4 points cardinaux va nous permettre de mieux cibler les créneaux sur lesquels nous devons concentrer les déploiements de nos capitaux, développer notre expertise et renforcer nos partenariats. Le rapport Perspectives économiques en Afrique 2026 souligne à juste titre la réduction importante de l'aide publique au développement, y compris de la part des grands bailleurs de fonds traditionnels. Avec la mise en œuvre des 4 points cardinaux, nous devons pouvoir sortir du schéma du financement du développement de l'Afrique par l'aide pour aller vers un schéma et un système orienté vers l'investissement, le commerce et la mobilisation à grande échelle des capitaux. En effet, nous devons élargir l'accès de nos économies à des capitaux abordables à travers des instruments innovants, des partenariats plus approfondis avec les investisseurs privés. Nous devons travailler à bâtir la souveraineté financière de l'Afrique, et c'est exactement l'enjeu du deuxième point cardinal, la nouvelle architecture financière africaine pour le développement. Mais aussi, la dépendance de l'Afrique à l'égard des financements extérieurs présente des coûts prohibitifs. Il s'agit d'un problème structurel qui requiert une solution structurelle. En parfaite intelligence avec les institutions financières africaines, les autorités nationales, les communautés internationales et les partenaires, le groupe de la Banque africaine de développement est déterminé à avancer dans un agenda précis. Celui-ci vise à construire un nouveau paradigme de financement du développement qui permettra à l'Afrique de financer son avenir selon ses propres termes. Le rapport qui vous sera présenté dans un instant montre également les grandes faiblesses du capital humain et leurs conséquences sur les économies de nos pays membres régionaux. C'est pourquoi le troisième point cardinal prend en charge de manière spécifique la nécessité pour nos pays membres régionaux de renforcer le capital humain en transformant les dividendes démographiques en réalité économique. J'ai la conviction que la population africaine, constituée à 60% de jeunes de moins de 25 ans, constitue un atout stratégique et non un fardeau. Sa valorisation passe par des politiques ambitieuses de formation technique et professionnelle et de création de la richesse en vue de la création d'emplois. La mise en œuvre de ce troisième point permettra de créer des millions d'emplois, d'offrir des compétences adaptées et de promouvoir l'autonomisation des femmes en tant qu'actrices majeures de nos économies. Elle contribuera aussi à soutenir les entrepreneurs qui façonnent l'Afrique de demain. Enfin, les perspectives économiques en Afrique mettent en évidence le déficit important de nos pays membres régionaux en matière d'infrastructures. Le quatrième point cardinal y répond en portant une vision intégrée du développement des infrastructures résilientes et des chaînes de valeur compétitives, notamment des routes, des réseaux énergétiques et numériques, ainsi que des marchés interconnectés. Ma conviction profonde est que nous avons besoin de construire des infrastructures stratégiques pour l'intégration régionale et l'industrialisation de l'Afrique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, avant de conclure mon propos, je souhaite rendre un hommage particulier à notre chef économiste et à son équipe pour la qualité scientifique de leurs travaux. Je souhaite également remercier toutes les personnalités, les partenaires et collègues qui ont accepté de se joindre au panel qui suivra la présentation détaillée des perspectives économiques en Afrique, dont les contributions enrichiront sans nul doute la réflexion collective et éclaireront nos choix stratégiques. Permettez-moi ainsi de vous souhaiter à vous toutes et à vous tous des échanges riches, constructifs et porteurs de solutions concrètes pour l'avenir de notre continent, de fructueux échanges. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention et de votre engagement constant en faveur du développement de l'Afrique.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sidi Ulta, President of the African Development Bank Group. Indeed, we do have a horizon of solutions, not least in the new African financial architecture for development. We will now take a short pause to allow our heads of state to proceed to their next engagement. And with that, I'd really like to thank you all and to request that we have a short pause. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats so that we can receive a presentation of the Africa Economic Outlook from the Chief Economist of the AFDB Group. Kindly take your seats. We'll start again in a minute or two. As we prepare to start again, we recall the important opening remarks that were given to us by President Ulta. Please take your seats as we start. Okay, so as we start the presentation on the Africa Economic Outlook, it is my honor to invite our Chief Economist, the Vice President. Kindly take your seats.
Si le siège du modérateur, ça te va comme ça. C'est parfait.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We will be starting shortly. And when we start, it will be the presentation from the Chief Economist of the African Development Bank Group about the highlights of the report. Excellencies, distinguished participants, we will be starting shortly. May I please invite all the panelists to please come closer to the front? The panelists in the forthcoming sessions to please come closer to the front. I invite you also to please take your seats.
top, papa. Maybe you don't need to look. You and I, they make sense on do. Maybe you don't need to look. This love with the drop down. Yeah. You don't need no one else, 'cause I go please your mother. Baby, you don't need no one else, 'cause I go please your mother. Yeah, you and I can make sense. Yeah, you and I, you. Where I try to go. Maybe you don't need to look. You and I, they make sense on do. Baby, you don't need to look. This love with the drop down. Yeah. For you, I go show chest and stop playing chess. You don't need no one else. Stop playing stupidness. You better hold a knee and well, or you gon' lose what is left. Yeah. Where I try to go.
Hello and good afternoon. Sincere apologies for the delay. We've had a technical problem that has caused this, but we are on the other side of it now and ready to begin. So I invite you, esteemed delegates, excellencies, to kindly take your seats as we invite Professor Kevin Urama, Chief Economist of the African Development Bank Group, to give us some highlights of the report. We will then go into our first panel. So our panelists, who are Dr. Mwigulu Lamek Nchemba, His Excellency Ndabang Kosinati Haolate of Botswana, His Excellency Ludovic Ngate of Congo, Honorable C.D. Keita of Gambia, Baroness Chapman of the United Kingdom, and His Excellency Suleiman Diarasuba of Côte d'Ivoire, as well as His Excellency Guillaume of Angola will be joining us straight after hearing from the Chief Economist. Professor, over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first we apologize for the delays that we've had because of technical issues. Today we are going to just try to rush through some of the key highlights of the African Economic Outlook report, which you have already heard from Mr. President about. This is just the presentation outline. And here were the growth numbers that the President already talked to. The key point to take from here is that even after factoring in the impacts of the Middle East crisis, that Africa's real GDP growth is doing well. It will still be above 4.0% at the end of 2026, even if the conflict continues up to 6 months. And the continent is now performing at par with Asia and other regions. And now, if you look back, we see that the continent has demonstrated significant resilience over time, despite the types of shocks that we've had. But we see that this resilience is because of commodity price upswings, changes in inflation, and other factors, but not broad-based reforms that normally drives capital accumulation and growth in countries. And one other point is that GDP per capita growth is not performing at par with our real GDP per capita. So even though the continent is among the fastest growing region in the world, our GDP per capita is amongst the lowest in the world. And the implication of this is that we don't have structural transformation, we don't have jobs for youths, and we have several fragilities that continues to be a problem on the continent. And the structure of growth continues to define regional differentiations in growth. I'm just rushing through because we've lost a lot of time, but when you get the report, you will see the details of the key drivers of these differences. And Eastern Africa region continues to lead the other regions of the continent in terms of real GDP growth, even after factoring the huge impacts of the Middle East crisis in that particular region. And when we look at our macroeconomic indicators as well, both inflation and exchange rate changes, we see stability and better improvements on the continent. Inflation is cooling, and even after factoring in the 0.9 percentage point hike in inflation because of the Middle East crisis, the inflation on the continent will be around 10.3%, estimated to go down to less than the single digits at the end of the year. And central banks have been doing well in terms of the policy changes on the policy rates that have tried to maintain on the continent, with several countries, 37 countries on the continent as of 2025, improving their reserves in that way. And one challenge which we all keep talking about is the debt conundrum on the continent, which is driven by the changing structure of debt to more commercial borrowing. And because it's more commercial borrowing, as you see on the right side of that slide, it's shorter term, often higher cost, and that is leading to debt refinancing costs on the continent, costing the continent about 87 billion as at last year. And this high cost of debt is taking resources away from financing development. So the limited fiscal capacity of the continent continue to be channeled towards financing and refinancing debt. And here is just showing again one key point by finding in the report that the higher public debt on the continent does not always translate to higher economic productivity. In fact, the report is showing that some countries, when they increase their debt, we see reduction in labor productivity and in total factor productivity as well. So improving productivity of debt becomes a central focus on debt management on the continent. And here we are just seeing the contradictions in risk pricing, debt default rates, and public investment efficiency on the continent. On the right side there, you see that risk ratings are driven by GDP per capita growth. So with lower GDP per capita growth, countries are poorly rated, which means they pay higher for debt and, in terms of the cost of capital. But on the continent, you look at the panel on top, we are the least defaulting in terms of infrastructure financing on the continent, but our debt productivity is the least as well, at 41%. In Europe, you see that the public expenditure, public finance efficiency is much, much higher. So the efficiency gap in Europe and Asia is about 1%. In Africa, it's 41%. What that means is that out of every $100 borrowed, that 41% of that is not going into capital accumulation. And there are several risks which already previous speakers, President Sidi Ota and others have mentioned, so I'm not going to go into detail because of time. When you get the report, you can look at that. So the second chapter of the report focuses on then the fundamentals. How do we then put mobilizing Africa's capital to practice? What do we need to do? And again, President Sidi Ota has very excellently articulated all this in the presentation he made in the morning. One key finding there is that for Africa to reach 7% in real GDP growth, which is what is required to reduce poverty and create jobs on the continent, we need to increase our capital stock from 3.3% to 8.7%, almost tripling our capital stock. But this slide is showing us if we focus on Africa's domestic revenue mobilization, long-term capital mobilization from our DFIs and institutional investors, and also scaling up PPPs and private capital participation, and leveraging the diaspora and Africa's high net worth individuals, we can significantly achieve our development financing needs and, in fact, become a donor, because it's much, much in excess of what Africa requires to do development. So on DRM, we find that the continent has been doing well in nominal terms, in terms of increasing the nominal revenue that we receive, rising significantly from 145 billion in 2021 to almost 600 billion, basically 589 billion in 2022. But again, this is not because of it's not because of that we're focusing on broad-based income and consumption and property taxes. It's actually driven a lot more by commodity price cycles, growth cycles, and inflation without equivalent growth in tax productivity. That, again, is something we need to look into. And then the tax structure also now shows that indirect taxes is almost constitutes about 60% of Africa's tax revenue. And that means also that VAT is like the major source of tax revenue for the continent. So personal income tax and other direct tax options are not yielding a lot of dividends on the continent. And this slide is significant. Africa is not doing as well as other regions, as you look, if you look at that left slide. But on the right side, we see that still VAT is the largest potential where we have headroom to mobilize more tax revenue without increasing tax rate. It's just about improving efficiency, addressing corruption, leakages, and improving macroeconomic policy governance on the continent. So in total, tax revenue can raise up to 46.9 billion, to 46.9 billion, 469 billion US dollars annually up to 2030. And the same trend we see in non-tax revenue. In nominal terms, we are doing well. You can see the rise in non-tax revenue there. But if you look at non-tax revenue to GDP ratio, it is going down, which is again that productivity in this sector is not doing very well. And on that side, we see the continent is also performing lower than other regions. So we can mobilize an additional 311.6 billion US dollars from non-tax revenue just by closing the gap between the high-performing regions, basically doing what other regions are doing, and we'll be able to get that done. And formalizing informal sector can raise up to 125 billion. I'm rushing through that. But this slide is also crucial. What do we need to do to turn our potential in domestic revenue mobilization, tax and non-tax sources, to real assets that can help develop the continent? And here you see a number of regular things, but that's what the research still found: strengthening institutions, increasing transparency and accountability and interoperability of systems, addressing corruption and leakages, improving public investment efficiency in the continent, and also investing in human capital formation, digitizing the system, improving factor productivity, public service delivery. And all these together will improve the social contract between citizens and governments, which is at the core of why most Africans are not willing to have voluntary tax payments. And this slide is just from a survey showing that African citizens are willing to pay more taxes if governments can simplify the tax systems, ensure that there's efficient tax collection, but that taxation leads to public service delivery, and also the prudent fiscal governance amongst citizens. The point here is that we have huge potentials in DRM, and what needs to be done to unlock that DRM potential is in our hands. Improving macroeconomic governance is at the center. If we did that, we will be able to actually mobilize a lot of revenue. Here is about budget transparency and budget credibility. Again, we are not doing so well. And digitization seems to be the one key investment that actually yields the highest dividend in DRM. Again, I'm rushing, and you can see all the graphs and correlations there. But another point that was critical there is that sequencing of reforms is critical. So you need to start from low-hanging fruits before we start doing significant reforms so that you can gain citizens' buy-in and be able to build that social contract with citizens. Chapter 2 of the report then looks at how to unlock institutional capital on the continent, which President Sidi Ould talked about in the morning. And we see that the African diaspora, as at 2024, mobilized up to 104.8 billion US dollars. And it can rise to 179 billion and 1.1 trillion by 2030 and 2050, respectively. So creating structures and instruments that can attract this is a huge revenue potential for the continent. And again, our institutional investors has significant assets under management, up to 4 trillion. You have seen that figure before, but only 2.7% of that is currently being utilized. And Africa's high net worth individuals control over 2.5 trillion US dollars as well. So we can do much by just bringing together, basically implement NAFAD, the new African financing architecture for development, and we will be able to mobilize the capital we need to do our development. And finally, regulatory quality is very, very important for attracting the private sector. And here we see that countries with strong and predictable regulatory frameworks tend to have higher credit to the private sector, and that is very key in one of the findings that we have. And then finally is what I've already said, that economic governance, improving economic governance, delivers a virtuous cycle in Africa's DRM arena, because economic governance improves the social contract with citizens. It helps to create resources for bankable, producing bankable projects. Basically, it's a circular flow of positives if we focus on economic governance. In Chapter 3, we then look at what do we need to do with existing African financing architecture in order to be able to mobilize that domestic revenue. And here we're seeing that every indicator we looked at, whether it is financial development index or gross savings, bank deposits, and domestic private sector investments, Africa is performing way below its peers and also way below its potential. And sovereign wealth funds, President Sidi Ota had talked about it as well. But our national development banks and also the insurance sector and other innovative climate finance options, climate finance, Islamic finance, and so on, are critical. And there's huge potentials on the continent for us to be able to mobilize that. But to do that, we basically need to accelerate the implementation of NAFAD, the new African financing architecture for development, through the principles of coordination, subsidiarity, complementarity, and disciplined risk transformation. There's quite a lot in the report that can explain all this, but because of time, I'm trying to rush through all the slides. So what recommendations do we have? Again, for time, I'm not going to pick on all of them, but deepening domestic capital mobilization remains central. This is the foundation for development everywhere, and Africa will not be different. We need to also deepen and integrate our domestic and regional financing systems in order to create that interoperability and cooperation so that we can mobilize capital at scale, de-risk at scale, manage risk at scale, and so on and so forth. So we need to strengthen the social contract between citizens and governments by improving public service delivery, fighting corruption, addressing leakages, and several other issues that you'll find in the report. Again, in the medium term, we need to expand Africa's structural reforms, continue to, because in many African countries, a number of structural reforms are already delivering dividends. So despite the shocks that we see, countries need to continue to stay the course of those reforms. We need to mainstream and accelerate the reform of the African financial architecture, NAFAD, but also implementing the African Financing Stability Mechanism, which will help address the debt refinancing challenges on the continent, and the African Monetary Institute, which will help in monetary stability, getting towards monetary stability on the continent. So we need to find a system to leverage Africa's diaspora better for investments, not for remittances, for consumption smoothing, and the high net worth individuals and philanthropies as well. What can development partners do? Crisis response programs that have been delivered by development partners, African Development Bank, AFRICA24 the World Bank, and the rest, has been central to Africa's resilience during shocks. So we need to always try to help to come with a lot of things, trade finance, emergency budget support. There are several instruments that we can use, and you'll find in the report. But we need to coordinate our technical assistance better. As we are trying to coordinate the African financing systems, the development partners need also to work better together in providing assistance to them, especially deepening the support for domestic revenue mobilization, which a lot of our development partners are already doing. And MDBs and regional development banks need to consider better how we manage risk. Basically, de-risking mechanisms, partial credit guarantees at scale in order to attract private sector capital into development on the continent. And reforming the national development banks. The potentials of these banks are huge, but they need to be properly capitalized and coordinated and with other development finance institutions on the continent in order to be able to drive that transformation we're looking for. And again, this is part of NAFAD. We need innovative instruments to build long-term economic resilience. And in doing so, there are several innovative financing instruments that were identified in the report that provide low-hanging fruits for the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I will bring my presentation to a close to make way to the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Urama, Kevin Urama, Chief Economist of the African Development Bank Group. It is now my honor to invite our esteemed panelists to join us here on the podium. We will start with Dr. Mwigulu Lameck Nchemba, Prime Minister, United Republic of Tanzania. Please join us here. We also have His Excellency Nkosinathi Kgaolate, Governor, Republic of Botswana. We have Honorable Baroness Chapman, Governor of the United Kingdom. Please join us. We have Mr. Claver Gatete, who's the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. He's followed by Ms. Diane Keita, Executive Director, United Nations Population Fund. We then have Honorable Emi Oikari, Temporary Governor, Republic of Finland. And then we have Ms. Hilda Sandberg, Temporary Governor, Sweden. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, thank you very much for joining what we hope will be a fascinating conversation because we've had the tone, we've gotten the highlights of the report. We now want to get on the practice side at the country level, but also in our regional institutions to see how we go about activating this. We're actually going to start off with Governor Baroness of the United Kingdom, because I know you do have a flight to catch, so we'll give you some preferential treatment. Kicking off with you, the UK's 2025 new approach to Africa signals a shift from donor to investment framework. So what concrete actions is FCDO taking to unlock private capital and scale up financing for inclusive growth?
Well, thank you very much for your question and for assembling this panel. And I don't have a flight to catch, but I do have a meeting with the President, which I cannot miss. So if you see me around tomorrow, you will know that I didn't have a flight to catch. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. But I think the way that we look at this is looking at the scale of ambition of what countries want to achieve and how much investment is needed to deliver that. Compare that to the money that is moving into African economies right now, and there is a mismatch. So the idea that we can just carry on in the way that we have doesn't seem to me to make much sense. So when we had the opportunity last year to listen really hard to what our partners were asking of us, and to look at the resources that we had and look at the institutions that we can work alongside, the African Development Bank seemed to us a very, very obvious partner because it's African-led, African-owned, and it seems to us to be really delivering. Some of the problems that we think we can assist in making better are the issues that have been raised a few times this morning around risk perception and the way that that impacts the costs of borrowing. And we have work that we're doing with the credit agencies to try and make this better. There's a project too that we heard from the African Union about having an African credit rating agency, which makes sense, but I think is probably not going to be enough. And actually we need all of the agencies to up their game and to really look hard at what they're doing. The big barrier to this is data. So we have a project to try and collect some of the private sector investment return data, anonymized, hold that, and to be able to publish it so that risk can be accurately assessed, and therefore the cost of investment can be, and cost of borrowing can be more, reflect reality, which is fairer for countries, but also it's great for investors who need a return. And so we think that that's one practical thing that we can do. Another thing, we've just heard a lot about domestic resource mobilization. As my citizens in the UK will tell you, we know how to tax people, and it's something that we have, I think, successfully worked alongside governments to support. I think we need to do a huge amount more of that the data in the report makes that abundantly clear, and we're very, very keen to do that. But as far as the bank goes, we've just we put in another £70 million hybrid capital. I think we're the first shareholder to make this type of investment in an MDB. We've also done $3 billion of guarantees. My good friend Gordon Brown, who is constantly sitting, you know how when you've had a mentor in life, they sit on your shoulder for the rest of your entire life and tell you what to do? He's there. So we're doing $3 billion in guarantees, which I think will help. We also did $650 million into the ADF. So we really believe in this institution, but it needs to be bigger, and you need to be able to act at greater scale. So we think those are the main challenges. There's just a couple of the things that we're doing which are really sort of practical and we can get on and do today. But this, and that's the sort of technical money side of this. I think there's a huge part of this which is about the politics of it. And I think the politics of, from the UK's perspective, failing to work completely properly in a long-term, very close partnership, that's no longer acceptable. And our desire to work, I mean, partnership, we've been talking about it for a very long time, but actually to do it for real, I think now is the time, and we've heard that loud and clear, and that is what we are determined to do.
Thank you very much for that, Baroness Chapman. And as you prepare to leave, just one question around what is that one action that for you must be a deliverable on this issue we're talking about by the next annual meetings?
I think the test of this probably won't, it's not something where you get a very quick success, and we need to be honest about that. I think in development, often we want, because we have to measure everything we do and publish it and be accountable for it, there is this need to, we've supported this many people into school, we've delivered this many vaccinations, it's that mindset. That does not work for this kind of partnership. Partnership is long-term, it can be slow, it can be frustrating, and it can take time for those results to show. We will know, I think, I mean, the plan we've just seen talked about 3-year, 5-year horizons. I think that's what we're looking at. But the scale of change we need to see needs to be in the high billions, if not trillions, of dollars moving into African economies.
Okay.
And I think that is when you know that you've actually made a difference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very hopeful, but also a lot of commitment coming from the FCDO. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I know you have to go.
I know. I'm so sorry. This is very rude, and my mother would be ashamed of me for leaving so quickly. But
thank you very much, and safe travels.
Thank you very
much. Prime Minister Nchemba of Tanzania, we're coming to you, sir. Tanzania has financed over 70% of its national budget from domestic resources, while sustaining growth of above 6%. How did you do it? What are the main conditions that made that possible, and how do we replicate that to the rest of Africa?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for giving me the opportunity. It is true that we Tanzanians have managed to finance our domestic budget by over 70%. It was a long journey, which started with the strategy of building a strong institution responsible for tax collection, that is the Tanzania Revenue Authority, whereby at the time we were establishing the Tanzania Revenue Authority, we used to collect like 30 million Tanzanian shillings a month, which is hardly less than 10,000 or so. And then after the establishment of the Tanzania Revenue Authority, which had the opportunity to take in charge of the reforms of the tax systems and tax administrations, we managed now to increase the tax revenues from the tax sources, whereby, as we speak now, we are ranging over 13% of the GDP and we are even undertaking more reforms. So what is key in that one first is the presence of the institution itself, whereby we have the Tanzania Revenue Authority responsible for tax revenues, and we have the local authorities responsible for non-tax revenues at the local authority, and parastatals on the side of other non-tax revenues. We have done a lot in reforms to make the tax systems friendly to the taxpayers, which has managed through, we have managed that through digitalization, the recent use of EFDs, and the growth of the digitalization in the financial system. And the second pillar is on the issue of prudence on the expenditure, that whatever we collect, the citizens do see where is ending, what is it affecting, how is it affecting their local lives. For instance, we have managed to construct over 6.5 trillion Tanzanian shillings, which is hardly 3 billion US dollars project, the hydropower, the Mwalimu Nyerere hydropower, which is financed locally, domestically, through the domestic taxes. And that one has managed the country to expand the transmission of electricity, connectivity to almost throughout the country. Over 13 villages connected with electricity from the national grid. So prudence in the use of the tax money has a direct relationship with the compliance of tax payment from the taxpayers. And the third pillar, I think, is also the resilience of the financial sector. The financial sector has recently, for instance, the banking sector has doubled its banking assets. The financial inclusivity within the country has made the modalities for paying taxes even more easier as we move to a cash-light economy. So, in a nutshell, prudence in the use of the taxpayers' money, the body and the solid institutions responsible for tax collection, and also credibility on those projects which has been implemented through the taxpayers' money, and the resilience on the financial sector. I think these are a few among others which have made Tanzania to finance most of its projects, of our projects, through domestic collected revenue. Yeah. I've just mentioned one of the projects, but we have also managed to construct a standard gauge railway running from Dar es Salaam to the western part of Tanzania, one branch running to the border with Burundi and Rwanda, the other one running to the border, Lake Victoria, bordering Uganda, and we have the other one revitalizing the Tazara running from Dar es Salaam to Zambia. All these projects make the taxpayers see that, look, we are responsible for for paying taxes, and yet we are seeing the end results of our taxes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, for those insights. It's interesting, Professor, he talked about economic governance, Professor Orama, and the report you just presented to us actually talks about a 1.7 billion, I think, in additional resources that can be got precisely when you tighten this economic governance point. So thank you very much. Also for the SGR, the bank is proudly one of the financiers behind that. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Your Excellency Ndaba Nkosi Nati Haolate, I'm coming to you from Botswana. Botswana's 27 billion economic transformation program sets an ambitious 10-year blueprint for diversification and high income status. How does Botswana intend to mobilize the financing needed? And what are the early lessons you're seeing?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to share. Botswana has what is called the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, and what that entails, there was a process where we partnered with a strategy firm, where we did a diagnosis of global megatrends, continental megatrends, and where Botswana feeds into these value chains. What this enabled us is we then had an international and local call for investment proposals. We received about 7,000 of them around the world and from within Botswana. We had a very rigorous, if not ruthless, process that got us to filter these investment prospects from 7,000 to 186. Once we had filtered them down to 186, we then put them into what we call economic laboratories, where we had all the stakeholders, decision makers on land, decision makers on permits, these project sponsors, the financiers, and we gave them 4 weeks of having them meet every day for 4 weeks. And we said to them, after 4 weeks, give us a rigorous implementation map for each of these 186 projects. After 4 weeks, we had this map of executable projects and investment prospects. We then got Parliament to endorse a ring-fenced system of excellence within the government system that we would jealously protect from the rest of the government bureaucracy to implement this. So what has this done? What it has done is it has given Botswana what Botswana has never achieved before. We have always had, if you look at our National Development Plan 12 now, it has about 6,000 projects. But we have decided deliberately that you can't be everything to everyone. You have to ruthlessly prioritize, which is what we have done. The second is what it has given Botswana, which has never happened, is that we now have on the table 186 execution ready or near execution ready projects that financiers locally and internationally are very keen on financing, and we can see the momentum. In the past, we've always had thousands of projects, but almost all of them half-baked, almost all of them high risk and not necessarily executable. What this process also assisted us achieve is that we realized that red tape, the removal of red tape, is actually the same thing as generation of new capital. Many of the projects that are part of the Botswana Economic Transformation Program have been in the system, pillar to post, for the last 7 years, 10 years, because they were not able to secure land or permits. But with this process, we're able to solve land problems within 2 days, 3 days. And that enables investment into those because the money is there, it's available, it's just waiting for bureaucratic man-made obstacles to come down. The other thing that we cherish from this process is that it lended us the capacity, which hasn't been there before, to cherry-pick candidates for triple Ps, so that we were able to identify with great deliberation, which of these projects should be commercialized. And those have been identified, and indeed, those that have qualified are attracting additional capital. What this process also did is that we were very deliberate about identifying legislative obstacles in the system. And the Botswana Economic Transformation Program has a long roster of legislative amendments, even the smallest amendments that had to be made in order to enable and facilitate, including legislation amendments in energy. And now you can do direct PPAs, legislative amendments around breaking down energy generation from transmission, and all of that through an all-of-government process. The last parliament was arguably the busiest parliament in the history of the country because of this deliberate process. But also, what we also are doing now is that in the past, because Botswana traditionally was cash awash, diamond cash, if I may say so myself, but no longer the case. You know, the diamond market is under duress, so we can't afford anymore as a government system to throw money at the problem. We used to throw money at the problem. We set up government financial institutions to finance SMEs through one-fit-all system. We gave loans to everyone, regardless of what type of funding you needed. But now we have deliberately come up with an ecosystem for funding SMEs, which ecosystem now takes into account things we never used to take account, which is different types of sectors require different type of funding, which is that government of Botswana should not be giving out loans directly to citizens, but should be empowering organizations certified, including cooperatives, including communities. So this ecosystem, we are working together with the African Development Bank with their catalyst philosophy, guarantees, and other partners around the world. So we have also, through this process, realized that there's nothing that beats crowdsourcing of ideas.
Right.
Yeah, allow people, you would be surprised. The ideas that have come from communities and individuals from the ground, they have come up with ideas that are transformational without requiring large quantums of capital.
Indeed.
And we have found that crowdsourcing of ideas actually releases capital. But if I may sum it all, I think what we need, not just as Botswana, but as the African continent, is actually to build capacity around the design of projects, particularly projects at scale, so that projects can be graduated to being execution ready or near execution ready, so that so that it de-risks, so that it attracts capital, different types of capital and partners. So for me and for the Botswana government, it's about building capacity. Capacity is the number one issue. The second issue is more capacity. The third issue is ultra capacity. The fourth issue is super capacity. The fifth issue is ultra capacity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Governor, for those rich reflections. I heard a lot about preparedness, readiness, capacity, as you said. I recognize in the audience His Excellency Suleiman Diarasuba, of Côte d'Ivoire. If you could kindly join us on the podium, please, so that we can also hear your rich reflections. In the meantime, I would like to come to you, Hilda. Sweden. In a world of growing geopolitical and geoeconomic fragmentation, how do you see the role of external development support evolving? And how can more vulnerable African countries be best supported to mobilize capital at scale?
Thanks a lot. Thanks for that question. In terms of external development support, including old schools, basically aid ODA, we all know that, or we're being told all the time that ODA levels are going down, and as if that was a fact. But it's true that traditional donors, to some extent, some big traditional donors, other small ones, including Sweden, had certain ODA cuts. But still, that's not the real issue, as far as I'm concerned. The real issue is that the absolutely enormous amount of growth that this world, our globe, entire globe, has experienced, has not enabled enough, or for some reason has not created enough emerging economies that are willing to contribute to those vulnerable economies or very fragile economies that are still in need of ODA. And in that regard, I think the ADF 17 replenishment was super encouraging, that you had a number of African countries, or increased number of African countries choosing to invest in their own neighborhood. That's really encouraging, and it really makes us proud, and it's excellent when we can tell our hierarchy that this is happening. In terms of other types of external financing for really vulnerable and fragile economies, I think we need to go back to basics and look at what the bank really can do in this regard. The reason it's very difficult to get private financing to some of the most vulnerable economies are, of course, the issue of risk. And the bank needs to be able to reduce risk for those countries. And for the bank to do that, it needs to be an absolutely risk-free institution. It needs to retain its AAA rating. And I think that is what all shareholders represented here today should constantly watch and ensure that, that the AAA, a standalone AAA rating is achieved by the bank as soon as possible, because you don't know what is happening to all the AAA rated capital, callable capital that the bank has. And lastly, one note on fragmentation. It's true we're living in an increasingly fragmented world, but this was never inevitable. I think there's a lot we can do to counter fragmentation, and I think that the African continent, the European Union, for example, is now, given fragmentation, trying to deepen our internal market. And I know the same is happening in Africa, and things like the Republic of Congo removing visa restrictions for a number of countries. That's one way of countering fragmentation that should really be encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those reflections around the new generation of partnership in this dispensation. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I think I recognize Mr. Ludovic Ngatse. Please come and join us on the podium as well, because we'd like to hear your reflections, please. And as he does, I would like to come to you, Emmy Oikari. No, in fact, please forgive me, Emmy. I've been told that Ms. Diane Keita has a flight as well. So I'm going to come to you, Diane, and ask you, you're Executive Director of the UN Population Fund. And we're really proud to see you there, so congratulations. Africa's demographic dividend depends on investing in women and girls, in health, education, economic participation. How can development financing be better structured to make those investments central rather than peripheral to Africa's capital mobilization?
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. It's a privilege and an honor to be here on this very high-level panel. I think we heard it very earlier today. Investing in human capital is absolutely essential. And the right way to do that is, if we look at today's world, at young people for their employability, to look at their nutrition, especially young girls' nutrition, to look at maternal and neonatal health, to look at the life skill education that is different from higher education, as well as to maternal health commodities and the supply chains. All that contribute to transform economies and have an impact on economic infrastructure. So I think they're always seen as secondary spending, social spending, but this should be really at the heart of all economies, because future depend on the way human capital is being mentioned and worked on. New financing investment instruments, they really need to explicitly prioritize elimination of maternal mortality and maternal morbidity. Of course, you have social aspect into that, linked very, very much to school dropout. It's a smart investment to make sure that there is no school dropout while we are investing in human development, because that has a cost. And of course, invest what we don't do much in Africa in care economies. Care economy through life course is extremely important on what we do on this today. Okay. So for us, it's so many mega trends that are to take into account more than population size. It's not more population size than it's about how population are, where do they live, and how do we interact with them, and how they are being taken into account. So those are all the ways that need to be taken into consideration by macroeconomists and policymakers on the world today. So if Africa want to invest, want inclusive growth, want to fight against inequalities, really it's about human capital. Human capital, it's about gender equality. Here we are mentioning women, girls, but it's much bigger than that. There's all those who need social protection, really, the disability, etc., that are not being seen in any economy today, that need to be at the center of it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Diane, for reminding us on how we keep the people center of all of this and how we ensure financing touches them. I'm going to come to you, Monsieur Ludovic Ngatse, because you have to go and organize yet another critical meeting as our host. Et je vous demande de partager avec nous l'expérience du Congo sur la question de la mobilisation des ressources au niveau du Congo, aussi au niveau de la CEMAC.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Je m'excuse parce que je viens comme m'incruster dans un débat qui a commencé. J'étais là depuis que ça a débuté, mais je n'étais pas sur la table. Mais malheureusement, je préside la réunion du Conseil des gouverneurs qui commence tout à l'heure. Je suis celui qui conduit les travaux, donc il faut que je prépare, puisqu'on a modifié un peu les points. Pour parler de la situation spécifique de l'Afrique centrale et du Congo, et de l'Afrique en général, le constat a été posé, à savoir qu'il y a un gap de financement énorme de 400 milliards, dont 117 milliards sur les investissements. On a un taux de croissance moyen, un taux de croissance moyen qui est presque au même niveau, voire en dessous de la croissance de la population. Donc, on ne peut pas réduire la pauvreté. Or, il s'avère que les États tels qu'ils sont aujourd'hui, si on parle néanmoins des États de la CEMAC, ces États sont confrontés à un niveau d'endettement assez élevé, qui fait que, en dépit du fait que pour les 117 milliards de financement d'investissement, normalement, 60% sont faits par les États. Donc, il y a un problème d'espace budgétaire qui s'oppose. Alors, comment, dans le cadre de la stratégie nouvelle de la Banque africaine de développement, qui vise à mieux mobiliser les ressources de l'Afrique pour financer son développement, on peut faire? Je pense que les intervenants précédents l'ont indiqué, il faut des réformes, notamment de mobilisation des ressources intérieures, naturellement fiscalo-douanières, mais aussi de transformation de nos économies de manière à ce qu'elles produisent plus de ressources pour les États, notamment avec la digitalisation, notamment avec l'approfondissement des marchés, notamment avec les nouvelles ressources des nouvelles économies, dont les économies vertes avec les crédits carbone et autres. Mais dans les faits, cela n'est pas facile à mettre en œuvre. On a vu le slide qui est passé, qui présentait un horizon pour atteindre des résultats qui étaient de l'ordre de 3 à 5 ans. Or, ces États, pour certains, sont aujourd'hui en réelle difficulté. Comment on peut faire pour qu'on trouve des solutions rapides? Ce n'est pas en comptant uniquement sur les moyens de ces États. Nous sommes ici avec la BAD.
l'accent doit être mis sur le financement des réformes qui visent à améliorer la capacité des États à déployer des projets et les programmes, notamment ceux liés à la transformation de la gouvernance, à la mobilisation des ressources intérieures et aux réformes économiques. Parce qu'une fois qu'on aura donné les capacités aux États pour qu'ils soient en mesure de se prendre en charge, non pas en leur donnant de l'argent directement, mais en améliorant leur capacité à mettre en place les programmes, nous aurons plus de résultats. De toutes les façons, il faut savoir que le vieux monde où on nous a inondé de dons et de crédits est terminé. Donc aujourd'hui, les efforts doivent être mis sur l'assistance aux États, de manière à ce que ces États soient en mesure de déployer des politiques cohérentes de développement. Pour ce qui concerne le Congo, le président vous a dit que nous sommes en train, sur les dernières années, nous avons travaillé, nous avons même appliqué jusqu'à la fin un programme avec le Fonds monétaire qui a permis d'améliorer sensiblement la capacité de gouvernance et de mobilisation des ressources. Mais ce travail n'est pas terminé. Nous devons le continuer dans le cadre du nouveau PND, dans le cadre du nouveau plan Congo 2063, notamment en mettant l'accent sur la gouvernance, la mobilisation des ressources intérieures, le capital humain. Nous avons des infrastructures, mais ça ne sera pas suffisant si nous n'avons pas les bonnes personnes qui sont capables de les prendre en charge et d'implémenter les politiques qui permettent au pays de passer d'une stratégie de croissance normale à une stratégie d'accélération de la croissance. C'est ça que je pense être important pour l'avenir, pour nos pays, c'est-à-dire améliorer leur capacité à implémenter des politiques efficientes d'implémentation du développement et d'accélération du développement. La Banque africaine nous propose des pistes qu'il faut maintenant explorer avec elle pour qu'elle donne des résultats à court et moyen terme pour nos économies. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre, d'avoir partagé ces perspectives. Very much appreciated, giving us a sense of what it looks like when the government is actively, intentionally pursuing the conditions for success. Emmy, I'm coming to you for 2 minutes, and then I'll come to Mr. Gatete. He has to go.
I have to leave. I have a bilateral.
Okay, so we changed the plot. Emmy, my apologies.
Yeah.
Mr. Claver Gatete, no one understands the AFCFTA more than you in terms of UNECA, having been part of the brains behind it. So what actions do African countries most urgently need to take to fast-track this African continent of free trade areas implementation?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, it's unfortunate that the audience that was here in the morning could not listen to the presentation by Kevin, which was very useful for everybody to understand. And I'm sorry I have to leave because I have bilaterals that have been pending for, since 2 hours ago. So I just wanted just to make a few points. One, I wish everybody understands that we're not in the same world as we were 10 years ago. It's totally different. When we thought COVID was the worst shock of the century, afterwards we saw the war in Ukraine. We saw the climate change affecting almost the whole world, including 5% of our GDP on the African continent. We saw the war in Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, which had a huge impact on energy and fertilizers. And we are still seeing more, including the decline in ODA that we have seen, the decline in the concessional resources that we have seen, and all these things are happening at the same time in the context of high indebtedness and also in the current geopolitical situation. Now, it's a short time for any country to reorganize itself and be able to handle the situation because we don't even know which another shock is going to come to affect us. And that's why we need to look at it in a different way. And to do this, it's going to affect everything that we do about the decisions of energy, and that's why there has been now improvements in terms of now energy, dealing with the issues of energy, the issues of trade, and also the destination of trade, the trade supply chains, everything is now changing. And now what we need to do on our own continent, and you mentioned the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, but let me start on domestic resource mobilization that our colleagues have said, including the Minister of Finance of Tanzania, the Minister of Finance of Botswana, Vice President, and also the Prime Minister of Tanzania. Now, this is something everybody will say in every meeting. Saying it is one thing, doing it is another, because it takes pain. You have to make sure that you have the right people. As you said, capacity, capacity, capacity. You must have the systems. You must have the digitization system that really ensures that everybody pays what they are supposed to pay. You have to make sure that you understand the incentives you are giving and the return that you are getting. You have to involve the informal sector to become part of the formal sector so that you can get more from the mass rather than from the few individuals. It takes pain. So domestic resource mobilization, that is not only the taxation, it is also the capital market development. If you don't have the capital market, you don't have the long-term resources for the private sector. And that's where we are really faring badly on the African continent in terms of developing the capital market. And we are doing this one in the context where the tax to GDP ratio on the continent is 16%. It's the lowest in the whole world. In Europe, it is 34%. We are supposed to be at the minimum at 25%. And that's where we are lagging behind. And to correct this one here, in addition to this, because this is a quick win, in addition to the new Africa financial architecture that the Africa Development Bank is championing, which is reorganization of what you have already. When you are talking about pension, you have it. You are talking about sovereign funds, we have it. You are talking about the whole banking system that have different resources, but the way we have been working, we have been working in a very disjointed way, in a way that is fragmented. And that's why putting all the resources together, investing it through our own banks, becomes very useful to serve African countries.
Thank you so much.
On the CFTA, which is a solution really for us, it is just implementation of the CFTA. We need to make sure that the tariff and non-tariff barriers are removed. We need to know that the trade barriers are removed. And of course, you heard from the President of Congo, who actually has already taken the lead in terms of removing the visas for the African countries. But also we need to invest in the trade infrastructure. We need to address the issue of energy, not at the country level, but also at the regional level, so that we look at energy at the country, at the regional level. We need really to look at the development in terms of developing industries, not only at the country level, but also at the regional level. And that's why regional value chains becomes very important. Regional value chains focusing specifically on agriculture and critical minerals, of which you have the abundance, is something very critical, and that's what the ECA has been working on, targeting 94 regional value chains. And that's how we develop the industries, so that we can de-risk and investors will come in and support the entire industrialization that we have on the continent, rather than continue to export the unfinished goods, which we have been doing. So I believe all this can be done within the context of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which we are trying to implement on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you very much. Thank you, E.S. Gatete, for situating the AFCFTA in its right, broader context. We need to build this productive capacity. It's time to come to you, Emmy. But before that, I'd like to invite to join us Honorable Sidi Keita, who's in the room, to please come and sit with us on the podium so that we can hear the great reflections from the Gambia. In the meantime, Emmy, carrying on this narrative we had before from Baroness Chapman and also from Hilda, as developed countries, including Finland, as you reassess development financing amid geopolitical uncertainty, what strategic policy reforms can African countries pursue to leverage EU-AU partnership and build resilience against shocks?
Thank you, and thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Urama, for a really interesting presentation of the outlook, African economic outlook. Let me start by saying that in this increasingly fragmented world and world economy that we've discussed today, it is extremely important and increasingly important to reinforce the international rules-based system and multilateral cooperation. And African Development Bank, of course, is part of that vital system. Then moving on to your questions and on policy reforms, many have mentioned already by colleagues here in the panel, but I would also like to raise the domestic resource mobilization, as it is so fundamental, and especially taxation, because that is really the most resilient source of financing for development. According to some estimates, for example, already in the low-income countries, if they can increase their GDP by 5 percentage points with the additional tax revenues, with well-designed tax reforms already. So this is something that we are, as Finland, very happy to support, and that would really be the recommendation to focus on this. Then the second one is creating conducive business environment. And that, of course, has also been discussed. The investors value predictability. The investors both in Africa and in Europe, and they very much want to see reduced uncertainty and also increased scale. And this is where I would like to highlight, of course, the regional integration. So if Africa can regionally and continent-wide strengthen the integration and free trade area, this would, of course, maybe give possibilities, as the investors very much value rules and standards that are applied and upheld. And this, of course, has been one of the key successes for Finland. So I'm speaking on from our experience as we joined the European Union, and we have been able, after that, to attract more foreign investments. So with these steps, I hope we can really see the European Union and African Union cooperation strengthened. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed for that, and thanks for your patience as well. Minister Souleymane Diarra Souba, je vais vers vous maintenant. Alors, comment la Côte d'Ivoire est-elle affectée par la crise actuelle des chaînes d'approvisionnement mondiales? Quelles mesures le gouvernement a-t-il mises en place pour protéger les ménages vulnérables et les paiements?
Bien, merci. Je voudrais tout d'abord saluer le rapport qui nous a été présenté, saluer sa qualité, parce qu'au-delà d'être un rapport, c'est un véritable outil d'aide à la décision publique qui va nous aider en fait à pouvoir bien aiguiller la mise en place en fait et la mise en œuvre de nos politiques publiques. C'est ce que nous faisons en Côte d'Ivoire. Et donc, pour ce qui concerne la question qui est posée, il faut dire que la Côte d'Ivoire travaille à sa souveraineté alimentaire en mettant en œuvre en fait certaines politiques au niveau de la production des produits vivriers et également ce qui concerne la transformation de certains produits. C'est vrai qu'avec ce qui se passe au Moyen-Orient, l'impact du coût du pétrole, cela, pour le moment, a amené le gouvernement, en fait, c'est vrai, comme cela se fait dans la plupart des pays, à ajuster il y a à peine un mois le niveau du prix du pétrole, tout en prenant le soin, en fait, de communiquer avec les associations de consommateurs et les commerçants pour ne pas que l'impact de cette hausse puisse impacter le coût de la vie. Deuxièmement, pour ce qui concerne les fertilisants également, des dispositions ont été prises à l'effet qu'avec nos partenaires africains, notamment le Maroc, qui a une grande société de production d'engrais, ces produits-là puissent être disponibles en fait à des coûts qui soient très compétitifs pour que les populations, les paysans qui ont besoin de ces fertilisants n'en soient pas non plus impactés. Donc, tout ceci pour dire que notre stratégie au cours des 5 prochaines années, c'est encore une fois de mettre l'accent en fait sur des secteurs qui constituent des atouts pour nous. Le secteur de l'agriculture, de l'agro-industrie, et tout ceci pour que notre pays, dans 5 ans, soit un pays à revenu intermédiaire de la tranche supérieure. Donc, nous avons bâti un plan autour de cela, qui est un plan qui fait 209 milliards de dollars qui est porté à 70% par le secteur privé, parce que chez nous, c'est le secteur privé qui est le moteur de la croissance. Donc nous jouons en tout cas sur tous les leviers portant sur l'amélioration de l'environnement des affaires, sur l'augmentation également des ressources domestiques, parce que nous avons un taux de pression fiscale de l'ordre de 15,4% cette année. L'objectif pour nous, c'est d'être à 18% à l'horizon 2030, avec une augmentation de 0,6 points par an. Donc, pour dire que nous montons en douceur. Et cela, en le faisant, c'est d'élargir la base fiscale. Voilà. Donc, pour être moins dépendant de la dette. Et nous privilégions, en fait, dans le financement des différents investissements, les investissements en partenariat public-privé ou les investissements directs privés. Et pour soutenir, en fait, le financement des investissements, nous venons de créer un fonds souverain de développement de la Côte d'Ivoire pour avoir ce véhicule d'investissement qui pourra mobiliser des capitaux à l'effet, en fait, de poursuivre, en fait, le financement de nos différentes infrastructures. Donc, cela semble essentiel et nous organisons les 8 et 9 juillet prochains un groupe consultatif ce sera un cadre d'excellence pour que les bilatéraux, les multilatéraux, également le secteur privé puissent en tout cas échanger avec le gouvernement ivoirien, voir dans quelle mesure notre plan national de développement sera financé au cours de ces prochaines années. Et pour terminer, en tout cas, je voudrais remercier le groupe de la Banque africaine de développement, avec qui nous avons déjà 44 opérations pour un portefeuille qui fait 4 milliards de dollars. Mais comme je le dis souvent au président Sidi, on a doublé notre plan national de développement, donc on n'en attend pas moins du groupe de la Banque mondiale pour les 5 prochaines années. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Thank you for recognizing the role of the bank, but also giving us a perspective on how the government of Côte d'Ivoire is pushing. We have one more speaker, and then we will please take a quick photo with the report. So, Honorable Keita, you are from the Gambia. If you could kindly tell us in about 3 minutes, Africa needs to improve the efficiency of how public investment is executed. And the Gambia has some interesting strategies. So can you tell us some of those strategies that have been most critical in addressing absorptive capacity and ensuring public spending translates into productive capital?
Thank you very much, Moderator, and I thank my colleague panelists. In terms of public expenditure efficiency in the Gambia, we have done reforms in these areas, starting from procurement. As we know, almost 80% of the non-payroll expenditures go through the form of procurement. So in 2023, we have revamped a new public procurement called the Gambia Public Procurement Authority Act that has ensured through transparency, value for money, and public expenditure, particularly in the area of procurement. This is to make public expenditure not just as an expenditure exercise, but to ensure that value for money is at the forefront. This includes different categories of procurement, but ensuring that only competent and able firms that have the capacity to deliver large-scale projects sort of screen through the process. We ensure that single source selection is the least preferred method of procurement and have put a maximum cap of it not exceeding 10% of our national procurement quota for the year. Then also we go into the post-implementation review of public expenditure. For example, large infrastructure projects are subject to periodic reviews while the constructions are ongoing, but also we work with our National Audit Office to ensure that post-implementation, these projects are subject to review so that the project objectives are realized and that the expenditure as otherwise expected at the commencement state of the procurement are observed. This is one area. Then another area also we look at is the efficacy of non-large public procurement, such as recurrent expenditure. Here we conducted a public expenditure review to look at for every dollar of our expenditure, what has been the efficiency gains, or whether the process, the purpose for which the procurement was conducted has been achieved. We work with partners to carry out the overall public expenditure review, and the reports are shared with the procuring entities. And we also manage to ensure that the review process of the public procurement is robust.
Thank you.
These are some of the things we do, and it's a work in progress, but the early signs that we've got are very positive. We've got less complaints, and beneficiaries have indicated more value for money. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much, Honorable Sidi. I don't know about you, the audience, but I feel like we've gotten a rich set of perspectives that we can learn from, first from the report, and secondly from the practice-driven perspective to help us go forward faster on this question of mobilizing financing. So I'd like to give five sum-up points that I picked coming from all of your interventions. I think the first one is the preeminence of domestic resource mobilization. And behind domestic resource mobilization is really this question of the government that's efficient, the government that's investing public resources prudently and with purpose. So that's the first one. The second one is PPPs. Government cannot do it alone, so we need private sector. The third piece is around partnership. We need a new type of partnership that must be really about thinking about how we almost elevate or evolve our traditional partnerships. For example, with Europe, we've had some interesting perspectives from the UK, but also from Sweden and Finland. The next point is that the regional dimension is critical. This is how we've heard about the AFCFTA, this is how we've heard about CEMAC, this is how we've heard about enabling environments, and so on. So I was summarizing, but our distinguished representative from Germany will take a minute just to tell us what we've missed. And as you do that, I'll encourage the colleagues to bring the copies of the report. Over to you, Madame.
Thank you very much, and please excuse, I was giving a keynote on another podium, and thank you for your understanding. And actually, I was overhearing your summary of the discussion, and you were indeed really telling my 3 points, which were about taking the opportunities, unlocking the potential of Africa's youth, Africa's energy, Africa's resources. And I heard today a lot about domestic resource mobilization, about private capital and how to get private capital to flow into Africa and to really harvest the best of private capital. And last but not least, the role of development finance and the multilateral organizations. And I always think it's about knowing what to do, but it's also about doing it, taking action. And very briefly, what we do, and very often we don't listen enough. And what we did back home, we listened, and we reformed our system. And we have 4 priorities. And one of the priorities really is the private finance and how to get the private finance into the African continent. And what we do very concretely, just, I think 4 weeks ago, we announced that we will contribute to RTD substantially, because we really believe that we need to develop the African capital market, and we really want and we need to achieve that the African capital stays in Africa and works for Africa. So we did join RTD as the largest non-African participant in the program, so we're a bit proud on that.
Wonderful.
Number 2. Thank you. And we very concretely announced also the number with which we will join. Number 2, we also want to be very concrete when it comes to get the private capital to African markets. So together with institutional investors, we did create and are creating an investment vehicle called Scaled. So we have big private investors and public investors which do the risk assessment and enable smaller investors to invest in African markets in climate finance. My second point is on the domestic resource mobilization, and this is really important after the Sevilla that African countries also become independent of external finance in order to be able to finance education, resilient climate infrastructure, and also health without the help of others. And we do support that as well, also financially from the German side. And last but not least, it's really about building long-term resilience, to be independent of others, to be independent of external shocks like we are experiencing now with the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. And this is why we explicit support, and we are also engaging in energy, renewable energy, resilient, climate-resilient infrastructure, because we believe this is the future. So thank you very much also for this great conference.
Much. This has been a really useful addition, partnership of impact. So if I take two keywords out of this, capacity, 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 partnership, effective partnership, effective partnership. I'd like to invite the panelists to please join me now. Professor Orama, please join us here so we can take a nice photo to remember the moment of the launch of the Africa Economic Outlook 2026. Vous avez votre rapport? Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much for your time and your reflections. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. Merci. Nashukuru. Asante sana. Karibu. Karibu tena.
Je vais leur demander de sortir de la salle, ça va être mieux. Mesdames et... Est-ce que tu m'ouvres ces micros?
À vos agendas. 600 millions d'Africains vivent encore aujourd'hui sans accès à l'électricité. Des communautés entières restent isolées, faute de routes et de voies ferrées servant leurs ambitions. L'événement du savoir du pays hôte, organisé par la République du Congo, apportera des réponses lors d'un dialogue de haut niveau. À vos agendas. 600 millions d'Africains vivent encore aujourd'hui sans accès à l'électricité. Des communautés entières restent isolées, faute de routes et de voies ferrées servant leurs ambitions. L'événement du savoir du pays hôte, organisé par la République du Congo, apportera des réponses lors d'un dialogue de haut niveau. Écoutez, échangez, participez, bâtissons ensemble une véritable intégration africaine. Rejoignez-nous pour l'événement du savoir du pays hôte lors des 61e Assemblées annuelles du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement le 27 mai de 14h30 à 16h à Brazzaville, Congo, en direct du Centre international de conférences de Canal ou en ligne. À vos agendas. 600 millions d'Africains vivent encore aujourd'hui sans accès à l'électricité. Des communautés entières restent isolées, faute de routes et de voies ferrées servant leurs ambitions. L'événement du savoir du pays hôte, organisé par la République du Congo, apportera des réponses lors d'un dialogue de haut niveau. Écoutez, échangez, participez, bâtissons ensemble une véritable intégration africaine. Rejoignez-nous pour l'événement du savoir du pays hôte lors des 61e Assemblées annuelles du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement le 27 mai de 14h30 à 16h à Brazzaville, Congo, en direct du Centre international de conférences de Canal ou en ligne.
Save the date. Knowledge Event 1. Fragmented markets, tight finances, shifting alliances. How can Africa reclaim financial sovereignty and mobilize capital? The 2026 African Economic Outlook delivers answers. Governors, policymakers, and experts debate solutions. Listen, learn, and put Africa in the driver's seat. Join us for the Knowledge Event on strengthening and consolidating Africa's financial systems and agency in the changing world. On 27th May from 4:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. in Brazzaville, Congo. Live at the Canal International Conference Center or online